The December 16th meeting of the Scarborough Planning Board will please come to order. Please stand for the call of allegiance, pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Doreen, you please call the roll.
Rick King.
Here.
Roger Bailey.
Here.
Rachel Hendrickson.
Here.
James Hebert.
Here.
And Bennett Flanders.
Here.
Absent right now is Jen Ladd. She is supposed to be here tonight, but in her absence, if there are voting, Ben Flanders will be a voting member. When Jen comes in, Ben will go back to being an alternate. Next item on the agenda, the approval of minutes. Do I hear a motion?
So moved. Second.
And seconded by Roger Beely. Are there any changes or corrections? Seeing none, Doreen, please call the roll.
Rick King.
Yes.
Roger Bailey.
Yes.
Rachel Hendrickson.
Yes.
James Hebert.
Yes.
Bennett Flanders.
Yes.
Thank you. We have a public hearing tonight. We have several public hearings. The first one is item 4.01. Proposed amendments to chapter 405 zoning ordinance, section VI definitions, section IX performance standards, section XV III A town and village center districts, TVC, section 18 B Higas Parkway District, section XVIIIC Town and Village Centers Transition District, section XVIIID Town and Village Fringe District, section XVIIIE Town and Village Centers 4 District, section XIX Regional Business District, section XIXA General Business District, section XX Business Office Research District, section XXC Crossroads Plan Development, and section XXI Industrial District. These ordinance amendments are required to permit mobile food vendor courts and associated performance standards in the zoning ordinance. For the town, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize for the lengthy description. This mobile food vendor proposal comes to us. We have received many requests over the last few years, and even before I got here, about allowing mobile food vendors and allowing food trucks in town. We have a policy right now that allows those trucks and vendors for special one-time events and at town-operated events. But we also received a specific request for mobile food vendor courts, and so that is what's proposed tonight. So far, we started with Long Range Planning Committee earlier this year. We went through the summer and fall with them. We also reached out to SEDCO, that's our Economic Development Corporation, and requested their assistance in a survey to our restaurants and property owners that may have been interested in this. We also did a staff-led online presentation that's still available on our website. And then we went to first reading at Town Council in November. And so this is the public hearing before the planning board. And then the next step would be back to Town Council in January. So it's a multi-part ordinance change. There's actually 3 parts. Luckily, you only have one part that you have to deal with tonight, and that is the ordinance changes that have to go along with this. So the first part is to define the use, and we have created 2 uses, one being a mobile food vendor and then another being a mobile food vendor court. And the court is essentially a collection of 2 or more mobile food vendors. The part of this that you all are not privy to is there is also a license requirement that has to be created. So council has to consider that as well. And that is a licensing requirement that will go through the town clerk's. So these are the definitions that I spoke about. You have the vendor, it's fairly straightforward, nothing that you wouldn't expect for a mobile food vendor, and then the court being the two or more. And then zoning considerations, and that is why there's such a lengthy description. Mobile food vendor courts, which again is a site that allows two or more, is allowed, the way it is written is it's allowed in all non-residential districts that currently permit restaurants. So you have your town and village center districts, Higas Parkway, the Downs, regional business, which is the B2, general business, B3, business, office research, and then industrial districts. So these districts already permit restaurants. So the recommendation was for these to also allow these food courts. This is just some exempt locations. It's still in here, but it's part of the license requirement. But I just wanted to let you know, because I get a lot of questions about that. Can you still do town sponsored events? Yes, those are exempt. Locations, private catered events, and then those one-time events, you can still do those outside of these courts. What's not permitted is the mobile food truck or vendor that's driving from site to site. That's not contemplated or allowed with this ordinance. So Chapter 405B, your site plan standards, those would apply to a mobile food vendor court. If you can imagine, the court would essentially be your site plan that would establish pad sites for the different trucks. And then the trucks, you all would not see those. You would just approve the specific site. The trucks would actually go through town clerk for licensing. So those trucks might move, might change. It wouldn't be contemplated during the site plan review process. But at this point, our site plan standards would apply. So lighting, stormwater, landscape, those things. We do wanted to ask you about a specific question since our last presentation. So in the performance standards in your packet, there are specific requirements that the mobile food vendor court has to go through. So they follow our zoning setbacks. We require electrical connections for each pad. There needs to be a 10-foot separation between vendors. The pads themselves have to be paved or another approved surface. There has to be a temporary or permanent public restroom, and then EV parking standards would not apply. I've also wanted to ask this question, seeing as many of these, especially some that are local, are temporary or seasonal consideration, could that have opportunity to be reviewed at the board level too when those come in? So maybe permanent landscaping or all of the landscaping is not required. So that's just something for you to consider. The license requirements, I gave you a bit of information about this, but again, it would apply to the food truck themselves, and it would take the place of a food handler's permit, which we issue now, and the town clerk and town council would have approval authority over these items. And again, the next steps are to go before town council on January 8th. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. This is an item that is available for public comment. If you do have a comment to make, whether in person or online, if you're in person, please approach the podium, give your name and address, and you have 3 minutes for your comment. Is there anybody in the room who would care to comment on this?
Hi, members of the planning board, thank you. My name is Jane Thornton and I live at 6 Essential Way in Scarborough. I come in support of the mobile food truck bill that you have proposed, but I have some small changes that I would like to offer for you to think about. Instead of having a court of 2 or more, why not allow a single truck trailer on a property? This would benefit a small business that wants us there but doesn't have room for 2. My daughter and I are starting an ice cream gelato trailer. We want to find a permanent location for this trailer, hopefully on a site here in Scarborough. We have spoken with some businesses that might want us to be on their property, provide them rent, gives them a little extra income, and we would be there during their off hours. I mean, it would be an agreement between all of us. The original plan, as is written for the Downs, which I have no problem with. But what about the other businesses that may only have room for one truck or trailer and would like to enjoy the increase in income? The amount of condos and homes and apartments and businesses that are being built here in Scarborough is huge, as we all are aware of. But with that, let's offer people a new variety and experiences of food trucks and trailers. As I said before, I'm in favor of the court idea, and will apply to one if necessary. But what if I don't get in? Do I have another alternative here in Scarborough? Can I negotiate with another business landowner that would welcome me as a single trailer? And would love to have the additional income that I could provide to them? I just wanted to throw that out, and so you could think about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else, anyone online?
No hands up.
All right, seeing none. The hearing is over. Let me just ask Autumn if you could assist us in understanding the parameters of a single food truck and address the comment that was just made.
Certainly, certainly. So when I originally drafted this and brought it before Long Range Planning Committee in the summer, I actually had a mobile food vendor site, and I borrowed from some of our neighbors, and that actually would allow one particular truck on a site, and it would be privy to the zoning administrator's approval. At that time, the Long Range Planning Committee didn't think we were ready to move forward with that. They wanted to try this first and to see how it went, and then hopefully to come back if everything's positive to add that. But that part of the ordinance is actually already drafted and ready to move forward in the same vein as this. But the desire at that time was to get this in place first. I too like food trucks.
Thank you. And just as a reminder, we hold the public hearing. We provide our comments that we hear from you and from our research to the town council. It's up to the town council if the town council wishes to change an ordinance or to change some of the language in something that's proposed. That's not within our purview. We are here to hear from you folks and to provide some feedback and guidance to the town council. Now, I'm just going to turn this over in general to the planning board. Roger, I see you're first in line with your finger there, and I will note that Jen Ladd is here, so Jen assumes the voting position. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, the woman that spoke, I think that's something that should be considered in the future, because I'm aware of, in South Portland, there was a restaurant with a food truck that was there. And it is right down in Saco, just over the line, there's a restaurant, and they have a food truck there as well, just a single truck. So I think that's something that should certainly be considered in the future. I have a question for Autumn. On the pad's going to be the important thing on this, right? Okay, so as an example, let's take just add Allagash as an example. Okay, say they had two pads over there. Could they have multiple food trucks come in? Like say one day they want Mr. Tuner in there, say, and then another day they want somebody else in there, and so forth. As long as they're licensed and the pad's all set up and it meets all the requirements, they can have multiple. No more than two, but they can rotate.
No, they could have a minimum of 2. They could have 10.
Oh, okay,
So
okay,
they could have 10, pads approved through
Yeah.
this body, and then the users of those pads could rotate
okay,
with a
Okay.
license.
okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Jen?
I have a couple questions. I'm actually kind of intrigued about, maybe it's just like my own curiosity, but I'm intrigued about why the option to proceed first with the option of a food court as opposed to just individual trucks. It seems like the would be sort of a lower barrier to entry to just allow a truck here to operate here or there, as opposed to allowing trucks to operate here or there, but also requiring them to be on like a built out location. Do I have that right?
I think.
So the court requires some level of infrastructure
The court
improvement, right?
requires Site plan approval, and it requires the process, and the individual site does not require site plan approval through the planning board. It was more of a staff review, making sure that the site was already there. I think there was some concern about how that might look and how prolific that might be,
Mhm.
and just a little bit of hesitancy around that.
Okay. I'm also curious, I know that we have heard previously about a desire for this type of food truck court to go in the future at the Downs, but like that aside, I'm curious if there is no, like, would these all be they'd be privately developed?
Correct.
Okay. Is there an opportunity or a mechanism for a public version of that would maybe not need to be privately developed?
It's not been contemplated at this time, like a town-owned or.
Yeah,
It's not been.
Just, I'm
discussed.
thinking like we have like Summerfest, which is a
Sure.
one-off,
That's a one-off. right?
but a smaller version, but like more free, like a Friday night kind of recurring type of thing. I don't
Maybe
know.
when we hire a new community services.
Okay.
director, They will work with me, but no, it's not contemplated right now.
Just curious about like where we might see these and where they would be successful and where we could provide opportunities for this type of thing without the food truck operators having to wait for
Sure.
a private development.
I could see in the industrial district where you have a lot of people that work and maybe can't always leave and there are not a lot of options. I could see that being a great location for a food court. Maybe someone could even use their existing parking lots or
Site,
something like
yeah.
that. So I would think that would be a good fit too.
Okay, thanks.
Rick Meinking.
Yeah, given, this is for Autumn, given the fact that it goes through site plan review, signage would be incorporated into that review process at the staff level?
Staff.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I didn't see any mention of signage, so
No, with our new commercial design standards, so signage is removed from the site plan. It's just the site sign permit unless they're wanting to do something that's not.
that's not approved. Gotcha. Okay, that's all I had.
Thank you. Gentleman down at this end, James?
I support this. I think it's certainly been long time coming. Did I hear, so if I hear it correctly, if this goes forward, the path forward for a single proprietor for this, they would have to just go through the zoning office and get approval for the singular operation?
No, that's not,
That's not in
it's
this.
not written, it's drafted.
Gotcha.
So, it's ready as soon as it gets a sponsor.
Gotcha. Understood.
Yeah.
So this will go first, then that will.
This will go first, and the license would already be established, so it would be much easier
Okay.
lift if council does direct us to move forward with the one truck, one vehicle,
Okay.
it would be easier.
Okay, I guess as part of our recommendation on this, presuming that it's a positive recommendation to council, that we also ask them to look at that single, the single one.
Single.
Sooner rather than later, just so it doesn't get forgotten about. I know how busy the agenda for everything kind of gets. That's all I have.
Thank you. Ben?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just echo James's comments. I agree that we should push for the single truck at the same time. I know it's different draft, but other than that, I don't have a lot to add. I also support this and I think we should move forward, but I don't want to leave anybody out cold. So, thanks. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Since I'm the liaison to the Long Range Planning Committee, I've been through a lot of the discussions and weighed in on behalf of the planning board in terms of our ability to ensure that the site was clean, that there were no issues with traffic, that the sight lines were there, that there were bathrooms, that there was maintenance, that there was a distance between the various food trucks, so that it wasn't overly crowded, that there was a gathering space outside for somebody to sit down. In other words, all of the things that we generally look at. And I'm comfortable that after a couple of meetings, we hashed out enough that this board would be able to approve a site if it came forward, that there's enough of the qualifications there and specifications for us to do that. I think it's a good idea. I had thought about the Innovation District as another opportunity. If somebody wants to come up with one in any of the districts, it is the developer that puts the site together and comes to us, and then that developer rents out pads to the various food trucks. We have nothing to say what food trucks are going to be there or how it's going to happen. Basically, our role is to ensure that the site follows any safety rules and any traffic rules and any design rules. Now, Autumn, you had a question about seasonal. I don't see these sites as seasonal. Once we have a pad site there, the fact that it's may only be used for 4 months a year, to me, is immaterial. Because it then might be used for 4 months next year and 4 months the year after. In other words, the site itself is a permanent site. It is up to the developer, the owner, to figure out what the business model is, what the hours are going to be within the guidelines, how many people he's going to have there, how long they're going to be there, how long he's going to be open. And I think it's within our scope to say if it is a permanent site, and that's what a food court is under this ordinance, then the landscaping and let's see what else they were looking to, landscaping and screening, and architectural standards follow the guidelines.
What about for a temporary site?
No such thing. The only temporary sites that we have really are under this. There are no such thing as a temporary site. What the town might be doing, what a business might be doing in the future for one food truck, that's very different. This, however, is a permanent site. That's the way it's set up, whether it's all of its folks go away in the winter, or whether it's open all year. It is a permanent site, and as such, should meet all of the requirements. I also hope that folks at the town council level or ordinance level take or long-range planning, take a look at the use of individual food trucks. That was part of a discussion that we did have. Suppose there is a business that would like to bring in a food truck in the back for its employees. Is that possible? Well, right now, the answer is no. But could it be possible? I think yes, with some guidelines. I think the individual food trucks also have a place, especially in a tourist town where a lot of folks come in and they're looking for something to grab to eat on their way down to the beach or back from the beach. So I think that would be important for us for the town to take a look at. Do you have enough?
I do. It sounds like a positive recommendation, and you all are generally on board with also a single truck.
Yes.
Thank you.
Wait a second, Roger.
Yeah, I'm just kind of curious, architectural standards, what would,
Only if they had a permanent structure.
oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, and we seem to be in agreement, because I saw a bunch of folks nodding their heads, that once it's a court with the pads there, it is a permanent structure. All right, thank you very much. Let us move on to the next one, next public hearing. When it comes time for folks to come up or make a public comment, we have 3 items for hearing, public hearing, that essentially cover the same area of use. Proposed amendments in terms of wetland standards. So what I would ask is those people who are here to make a public comment on any one of those 3. When it is time for a public comment, we will start with the first one, item 4.03. We will start with that. When it is time for a public comment, please also address any issues you have with 4.02. That will come first. Address any comments you have for 4.03 and 4.04. And because there are 3 separate items here, each person will have 5 minutes rather than 3 minutes, should you choose to address more than one. Autumn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Get this open.
Let me just say, public proposed amendments to Chapter 405 zoning ordinance to add Section 10A, wetland setbacks and vegetated buffers.
Thank you. So this one is the wetland protections, and as you mentioned, this is 3 different items. The first being the creation of the wetlands, and then reference in the subdivision ordinance, and then reference in the site plan ordinance to the wetland protections. This basically stems our comprehensive plan. We have one of our visions is about the Scarborough Marsh. The Scarborough Marsh being part of our town's identity and all of the things that roll into that. And so with this, we are really looking at making sure that we are taking care of our wetlands in the community. The wetlands, many of you know, this is a presentation that was given to council a week or so ago, but it's really just telling you all of the benefits of the wetlands to the properties in town, preventing flooding, wave energy from storms, removing pollution, recharging our groundwater, releasing stored water, critical habitat, and then storing carbon from the atmosphere. Some of the direct and indirect impacts that we've seen, construction activity and then the close proximity of use to the wetlands, those were things that were brought into consideration. And then indirect impacts we've seen through development, changes to vegetation, changes to habitat, and then changes in groundwater and surface runoff. So currently our ordinances, we do not have wetland setbacks per se. We have several ordinances that have different provisions in them. We have a conservation subdivision ordinance that does have a 25-foot wetland buffer. We have private way requirements that have 25-foot buffer from a private way installed. Our subdivision ordinance, one of the ordinances that we are amending tonight or asking to requires identification of wetlands and assurances that activities will not affect those. And then site plan ordinance requires delineation of those wetlands. And shoreland zoning, those are coastal wetlands and the upland edge of a freshwater wetland. We do have requirements in place protecting those. So this has been a really lengthy process. Myself and our town engineer, our sustainability manager have worked on this for quite some time. We started out, staff requested wetland setback consideration through the Conservation Commission, and we worked with them summer before last, all the way through this winter. We went to SEDCO with a board presentation in March of this year. We went to ordinance committee review. They in turn sent us to the Long Range Planning Committee and requested we had a developer forum in May. That forum resulted in quite a few comments and quite a bit of concern from the attendees. And then we had a stakeholder roundtable. I will say that from the developer forum, the setbacks that you see tonight are the bare minimum that was proposed at the forum. We had much greater setbacks proposed. And through that stakeholder roundtable meeting in August, we narrowed down the wetland setbacks to what they are today. We went back to ordinance committee in October, and then council had their first reading in December. So the proposed wetland protections are for all new development requiring site plan or subdivision approval. They include definitions, and they have a defined setbacks and activities that are permitted. And there are also waivers built in for wetland crossings. So this is just a graphic that we showed council. I think it's a pretty good idea of single family homes. Nope, it doesn't affect you. Subdivisions, yes. Multifamily homes, yes. And then commercial development, yes. But what I've added since our last presentation at council, we had, I think, almost a 2-hour discussion about this topic. And at the end, I wanted to make a point about what we already have in place. And so I put together some exhibits that I think will help with that a bit. So the resource protection, this is the zone that we have in town right now, and everything that's in dark green on the map is resource protection. And what that means, it's already established. There's a 250-foot distance on either side of each resource, and that resource can be a freshwater wetland. It can be wetlands associated with great ponds and rivers. But this resource protection district is already established, and there are a specific set of uses already permitted or not permitted. The wetland protections that are proposed tonight will have no impact on this. And this is 17% of the town's land area. Then we have RF, which is rural farming, RFM, which is rural farming manufactured homes, and then R2. This makes up 65% of our town. It's all the shades of green. So in these districts, if you have a development that you want to do a subdivision on, if you already have greater than 1 acre of wetlands, or 20% of that land is wetlands, or if you're going to be altering 4,300 square feet of wetlands, you have to do a conservation subdivision. This is in place today. And that conservation subdivision requires a wetland buffer, fully vegetated buffer of 25 feet. And these are higher standards that are what are proposed in the setback. So these proposal setbacks will have very minimal, if any, impacts to these areas of town. And this is what I had wanted to say at the end, but I think this graphically really shows you. And so these 4 districts together represent 82% of the town's land area that will have minimal or no impact by the proposal. So everything in green is zoned R2, RF, RFM, or resource protection. So what's left is 18% in other zones. And these areas are in our growth areas. You can see that you are looking at the Route 1 corridor, Payne Road, Higas Parkway. This ordinance does not apply to redeveloped parcels, and it also doesn't apply to developments with existing or pending state or federal permitting at the time of ordinance adoption. So again, it's fairly minimal in its scope. This is what's actually proposed for the setback. It's a total width of 25 feet. So from the wetlands on the right of the screen, there's a 15-foot no disturb buffer. And this is, can't do anything in this area. There's a 10-foot setback where you can have activity and do the things that you need to do within it. You can grade, you can do, you can't build or park in it, but you can do development activities. So this is essentially the buffer that we're talking about. Because right now today, in those areas of town, the car can be next to the wetland. There's nothing preventing. And I think we have this conversation quite often with trying to figure out how to put some sort of protections into place. Much more so here than at the council level. So the wetland protections, it's a 25 natural resource setback overall. The first 15 feet must be maintained as a vegetated buffer. And again, there are permitted activities within the natural resource setback. There's a table in the ordinance. And then there are waivers for wetland crossings. Some of the questions that we've gotten through this process, I think they're good to go over. Will these requirements prohibit filling wetlands? No. So the wetland impacts will still be permitted through DEP and the Army Corps of Engineers. If you have an isolated wetland, you can fill it in much the same way you probably would now. It would have no impact on your buffer. If you had a bordering wetland and you wanted to fill it, the new wetland line would be the starting point for the buffer. Will temporary disturbance be allowed in the 25-foot setback? So again, you can do limited construction disturbance within 10 feet, but that first 15 feet from the wetland is not to be disturbed. Are there any exemptions allowed? Again, we do allow for wetland crossings to develop uplands. How will existing permits be impacted by this ordinance? Those existing permits or permits that are in process at the time of adoption will be grandfathered. And then a new question that was a good one that came up to me after a couple of people asked me this after the meeting. Will this affect the net area for density? So in the town, we have an overall, our density is based on your net density or your net land area. So say you have 10 acres of land and you can do 6 units per acre. So that's 60 units. But ours is based on net acreage, and your net acreage removes your wetlands from it. And so you might end up with only 4 acres of net, and so you can do 24 units. The question was, does this extra 25-foot setback reduce your net area? And it was a good question. I think it was a well thought out question, and the answer is no, it would not affect. You would still only be reduced by the things that exist today, being the wetlands, streets, and things like that. The proposed next steps for this one, we have a town council public hearing scheduled for January 8th, and then we have a second reading scheduled for January 22nd at this time. And I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. This is an item available for public comment. I'll reiterate what I said before. Now that we have heard the explanation of setbacks in general, if anyone has a comment, please approach the podium, name and address, and indicate whether you are talking about 4.02, 0.03, or 0.04. And if you are talking about one of them, 3 minutes. If you were talking about all 3, then you have 5 minutes. Is anyone going to approach the podium?
Hello, my name is Thomas Nolan. I live at 7 Waldron Drive in Scarborough. And if you are familiar at all with my address, that would automatically tell you that I couldn't possibly be against development or developer, because I live in one of the most recent and biggest ones in Scarborough. But my question or statement is, with regard to the new ordinance and setbacks, why would we not want to be aggressive in protecting the assets that have made Scarborough famous and what makes it attractive and valuable in terms of people coming here to develop in the first place? And if the ordinance, I don't know, it doesn't seem right now, but if it's going to take away buildable acreage from a developer, then raise the price. It's going to go up anyway. It may as well go up at least partially for a good reason, which is protection of the wetlands and the marsh. My other comment would be, with regard to fees or penalties that developers pay for encroachment aren't on any of the ordinances. That's just the cost of doing business. If you want to give them exceptions, then carefully and thoughtfully place exceptions in the ordinance and live with those. All due respect, thank you all very much. Happy holidays.
Thank you, Mr. Nolan.
Good evening.
Mr. Rivera.
Rocky Risbara, 287 Black Point Road, one of the Downs developers. And I brought some notes. I don't usually speak from notes, but I wanted to stay on track tonight. Didn't want my Italian temper to get me going. I am concerned about the way that this proposal is written. And it seems to me that it's a one-size-fits-all proposal for the entire town. Doesn't matter, where you are, 25-foot setback to any wetland. In spite of the information that the planner has given you, I do think there are areas in the R2 and RF zones that will be affected by this. If I've got a piece of land in those zones that I don't have an acre of wetland and I want to develop it, I still have a 25-foot setback to whatever the wetland is that I have, and it does have an effect. But I'm not going to talk about that tonight. What I want to talk about is I want to urge the council and the planning board to go back and look closely at some of our workshop sessions that we had this past fall and really understand the balanced, environmentally thoughtful approach that the Downs has. And I know I'm being a bit selfish tonight talking about the Downs, but the Downs is a growth zone. And the Downs and other growth area projects can be accomplished using the existing regulations that the town and the Maine DEP have. Existing rules in place. We all know what the rules are, and we've followed them. This setback sounds nice, but it will jeopardize the model projects like the Downs in the future. Space to treat the stormwater and to accommodate parking is vitally important to make the projects work. Losing 25 feet just makes it harder, if not impossible, to make these projects work. With around 200 acres of developed area to date at the Downs, we've placed close to 100 acres of open space. We've constructed 3.4 acres of new wetland through our gravel wetland technology, and we plan on creating at least another 3.1 acres of gravel wetland in the next phases. We have only impacted a total of 2.95 acres of wetland in the entire project. And if you think about what's been done at the Downs, this is a major project for the state of Maine and the town of Scarborough. So we're pretty proud of what we've done. We've really accomplished some things there. It's remarkable given the scale of the project. We know that there may be some modest wetland impacts in the future, but we expect that the ratios that I've talked about here are going to continue as we move forward. At the Downs and with many infill projects in the growth zones, the developer has taken a site, especially true of the Downs. We took a site with no stormwater management whatsoever on it, with 500 acres there that was just unmanaged. And we've really made some improvements to that site, directing all new impervious area to these highly effective gravel wetlands, wet ponds, and LID stormwater controls. Unlike in the past developments, we had taken the role of stormwater management off the existing wetlands and buffers. So we just don't understand what the concept of moving the goalposts on us at this point in time. Responsible smart growth projects in the town are important. 25 feet doesn't sound like a lot, but it's more than a parking lot depth. We need that space to park. Yes, we can go up at the Downs, but we still need to park it. And so that's a big consideration. We still need to do LID stormwater management, and we need that space close to the wetlands to be able to manage the water and get rid of it in that manner. So it is important. 25 feet doesn't sound like a lot. I'll mention that we've looked at it in the areas that's not finished yet at the Downs. It's about 19 acres of land that we would not be able to use. So that's considerable in a growth zone. I really hope that the planning board would advise the council, let's take a look at this. Let's not use a one-size-fits-all, and let's move forward with something that will encourage smart growth and smart planning. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Dan Dickinson, 40 Holmes Road. I have a upcoming project on Two Rod Road, or the interior lots of the Holmes Road behind FedEx. This new ordinance is likely to impact or prevent the monetization of about 4 acres of my 52 acres that I have, and probably another 2 to 4 at the junkyard that I have on Holmes Road. It just, if you just look at the simple fact, if I were to want to sell this land, the retail value for developed land is pushing $300,000 an acre. So this ordinance could impact my value well over $1 million. You know, Rocky just said he's gonna lose 19 acres, so imagine that times 300,000. There's a significant financial impact. There's a gain of conservation. I think we all agree that this conservation is a good thing, but I think that this ordinance is very aggressive and almost, and in some light, unwarranted. I think that we could do a better job. So, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the planning board, Pete Slavinsky, 3 Ironclad Road. I'm a member of the Conservation Commission, and I'm here to testify before you in favor of the proposed changes to chapter 405. We don't think that 15-foot buffers and 25-foot total setbacks are unreasonable for the protection of wetlands within the town of Scarborough. We've all heard about the importance of the wetlands themselves, but what about these buffers and these setback areas? I wanted to share with you some highlights from a document that's written by the Vermont Department of Environmental Conservation called The Bountiful Benefits of Buffers. So bear with me here while I go through this list. First is they reduce the effects of both floods and droughts. It's not just the wetlands that do that. In developed areas, water from heavy precipitation cannot soak into the ground. So it rushes over developed land directly into waterways, and that can make flooding much worse. Buffers help soak up that water before it reaches the wetlands using what was there naturally, nature. Buffers also help recharge groundwater feeding streams, which lowers the impacts of droughts on our water bodies. They also protect downstream development. Because buffers allow for more water to seep into the ground naturally, buffers and setbacks provide additional protection for downstream development from floodwaters when the upland areas and upstream areas are actually developed. They also filter sediments and excess nutrients from developed uplands. It's not only the wetlands that do that. The buffers actually acted as an additional screen to help filter both sediment and nutrients from uplands before they actually reach the wetlands. Too much nutrients clog our wetlands and degrade our water quality. They also protect wetlands from direct human impacts. A buffer surrounding a wetland decreases the chances that there's direct and indirect human activities that negatively impact that wetland, including construction activity while things are being built, dumping of garbage, runoff from road salt, which is becoming a big issue nationally, excess nutrients, and other human impacts. There's also an aesthetic quality that buffers give our developed areas. It's not just the wetlands themselves that are beautiful. Buffers can be beautiful too. They screen views and sounds of human development from adjacent areas. They provide sun and shelter from the wind and the sun, and provide protection from both noise and light pollution caused by adjacent development. Finally, they offer protection from invasive species. Most invasive species spread rather quickly in disturbed areas, but spread much more slowly in healthy buffer areas. So this helps keep invasive species out of wetlands in the same way that the skin protects your body from infections. So think about even areas around Scarborough Marsh, which is a protected area, and the large areas of Phragmites that is overtaking areas where we have a lot of stormwater that's coming off into the marsh. So that's just what I wanted to share with you this evening. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. We did receive a message from Meredith Jackson in favor of the setbacks. She lives at 3 Rays Circle in Scarborough. She is in favor of the ordinance. It will be part of the record. Is there anyone else? Sorry, you snuck up there.
Okay. My name is Mo Erickson. I am a Pine Point resident and have been all my life. I can tell you that the changes in Scarborough have been just unprecedented, as we all know, I'm sure. But I certainly am in favor of the setbacks. I wish we could even have them be more. I have, my husband is a commercial clam digger. My kids were all student commercial diggers in high school. I have a son who's a commercial digger now, and I have a daughter who is also a commercial digger. And I can tell you that when you pave over all of this land that we have, it all has a direct effect on the ocean and my family's way to make a living, and something that I think Scarborough is known for is their seafood and their lobster and all of that stuff. And it has a direct impact on a whole working community down in Pine Point and over at Higgins too, and over at Ferry Beach. And I really want to implore that it's important to save it. I always joke that I'm thankful that we have the marsh, and that I pass by it every day, and thank God that the marsh is there and that nobody can build on it yet. I mean, I feel like sometimes that's just a matter of time before a builder comes to you guys and wants an exception. And I hope that never happens, but starting with reducing the buffer, that's the beginning of it, as far as I'm concerned. So I am asking you guys to keep the 25-foot buffer or make it even more. You can't tell me that a professional developer of a multi-million-dollar development was not already aware of certain wetlands. I mean, if you're going to buy a property or you want to build on your property as a developer, surely you already know where the wetlands are. And that's just the way the deal is. I don't think you should be able to come to the council or come to the town and say, hey, we want a special exemption for this. So I'm sorry that they have parts of their land that they can't develop, but that's the cost of doing business and for the greater good, certainly of the town of Scarborough. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Gates.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrickson. Marvin Gates, excuse me, 423 Black Point Road. I attended the council meeting on the 4th that the council approved sending this to you. And I spoke at that meeting too. I'm not going to say anything very new here. Listening to everybody at that meeting, the developers and the property owners, I was, what's the word? I was moved in a way by the argument that, you know, this is my land. You're taking away significant sections of my land, so I can't use it. And then I thought, well, to be brief, it seems to me, and I'm no expert, and it seems as though you've considered this, listening to the town planner already and know a good deal about it. But it boils down to me to be an issue of upland versus lowland. I live in the lowland, and the flood protection is going to help me. Now, most, if not all, the lowland in Scarborough was developed a long time ago because it's coastal land and very valuable properties, as I understand it. So I feel for the upland developers who feel as though they're being encroached upon, but you've got to consider the lowland people too, the downstream people and the property owners there. You have me at flood control, Masker Pond was breached last year. Water table rose, my sump pump and my fully poured crawl space ran for 10 days straight. I was petrified that, we had, I mean, this isn't that interesting, but that we'd lose power. Just got the generator turned on today, so we can hopefully forego that catastrophe. But flooding is a big issue. And so to me, it's a wash. Upland versus lowland is a wash. It's just what's better for the environment when you live in a place like Scarborough, which is all wetland when you boil down to it. Probably shouldn't develop any of it. 100 years ago or now, I don't know. 100 years from now, I'd have no idea what they're going to look at us and say what we were doing, whether we were thinking or not. But I think I've made my point. I support you sending this back to the council with your endorsement. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone online? All right, it looks so we have someone else approaching the microphone.
My name is Marjorie Rosenbaum. I live at 29 Chamberlain Road, and I'm not affected by, my property is not personally affected by flooding, but I just want to add my 2 cents that I also support the buffer and the 25-foot protection. I have nothing new to add. I just wanted my voice in there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosenbaum. Seeing no one else, public hearing is closed. I'm going to turn this over to the board. I'm sorry. Never mind, the public hearing is reopened.
So
Fast, fast on the gravel.
Lydia. Yes, Lydia Jopp at 197 Spurwink Road. I just want to voice my wholehearted support for the planning board to send these ordinances to the town council for approval, hopefully. Listening to the timeline for the process, I think the developers certainly have had their time and have gotten more than enough for what they've been asking for, considering that the setbacks and buffers were much stricter at the beginning of the discussion. And I think we should move ahead with these bare minimum ordinance changes. Just really hearing things like, conservation is a good thing, or the wetlands ordinance sounds nice, but, really belittles the moral obligation we have as a town to protect this really precious and vital resource and really what makes Scarborough, Scarborough. I mean, just looking at the corner of the Zoom meeting, our logo is wetland vegetation. It's not a parking lot. So I think we really have an obligation to do this. Thanks.
Thank you, Lydia. Anybody else out there? I'm going to count. I'm going to count back to from 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hearing is closed. I'm going to turn this over to the planning board in no particular order. I think as we talk about this, it's item number 4.03 that really sets all of the requirements because 04 and 4.02. 4.03 and 04 really add to the same requirements to other places in the ordinances. So while you can address 3 and 4, please address as much as possible 02. If anybody's going to address anything. Okay, I saw Rick Meinking first.
Happy to start off the conversation. First, let me say that reading all the material, and there's a lot of it, going back to all the questions that were asked at the forums and the staff provided answers, this appears to me to be a very well vetted ordinance. And so I'm comfortable with the process involved here. But now I want to talk about why I support this. Scarborough has a very well thought out, comprehensive plan that was given the plan was developed through a very balanced stakeholder process and a lot of give and take, and even to the point where it got to the final edition, we changed some there were words that were changed to make it more inclusive. So my point is, this to me aligns very well with the vision that our residents have drawn up in the form of the comprehensive plan. It also is, to me, falls in line with sustainable practices. And I've been involved with the Sustainability Committee for a number of years, and we struggled and struggled and struggled with what is the definition of sustainable practices. And we kind of focused on the idea of do no harm. And as long as we tried and developed a process or a land mass, and we strive to do no harm, meets that definition of sustainability. And that's how the Sustainability Committee talked about this in the context of should we move forward with this? To be honest, the group wanted more, but we felt like there was a balance. And I know goalposts change. They change for the positive and sometimes the negative. I know this board has had to address developers' concerns, and it changed the goalposts from the vision that some of us had. And so being nimble enough to recognize the need for change, or else we're going to continue down that path of irreversible repair. I think that's how I'm lining myself up with this, is we're trying our best to preserve what we have, allow smart growth, and I think that word was put out, smart growth, but I'll add the word sustainable growth. And I'm not looking at it from a financial way, I'm looking at it from an environmental impact. So I appreciate the amount of work that has gone in through with many, many folks and many groups. This wasn't a siloed approach to coming up with the 25-foot. I think it's a compromised approach. And for that reason, I'm going to support that this board move in a favorable direction to the town council for this ordinance. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Jim?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was mentioned from a few of the public comments, buffers are kind of what gives Scarborough its character. When you drive around town, it's not only shade, it's not only help for flood mitigation, but it's also privacy as well. Once a lot of this starts just to get thinned right out, there really is no privacy or anything between homes or properties anymore. I support this, however, I feel like we're looking at near the near the bare minimums of what is being done here. I appreciate your comments, Rick, knowing that the Conservation Committee wanted to go a little bit further with it. I mean, personally, I would like to see that setback be at least 50 feet, not 25 feet. Autumn, question for town. What does State of Maine DEP, what are their general recommendations or range?
So the general recommendations are a 15, at the bare minimum is a 15-foot vegetated buffer. They recommend 30 feet, and then ideally is 100 feet.
Okay.
That's what I've been told.
So so DEP is recommending 30 feet. We're doing 25. That's, I mean, we're not even meeting the minimum recommendation from the DEP. When we drive around town, also was mentioned by another person earlier, and I've lived here my entire life, South Gorham as well as North Scarborough. I've seen the change, and if people have property owners have every right to do with their property as they should. If they want to develop it, they certainly can. But I think it's a collective responsibility of we as the town and people who are here to keep the image of what makes Scarborough really nice and desirable to live and move to. And so I do support this recommendation from town. However, I would want to see a note to town council to look at increasing this to at least 50 feet, because that's not even halfway to what the main DEP is asking us to do in this case. That is all I have.
Thank you. Roger.
Thank you. I'm actually struggling with this, and for a number of reasons. I've lived in this town since 1979, and the marsh has always been very important to everybody. Everybody recognizes it. And since I've been on the planning board, which is 2015, I've been really, well, I guess initially I was really surprised at how determined this town was in protecting the marsh and regarding stormwater, and it's only gotten better over the years. And when I look at the major developments in this town right now, which is Easton Village, Dunstan Village and Crossing, and the Downs. I'm not aware, now maybe there's something going on that I'm behind the scenes that I'm not aware of in terms of abuse, but I'm not aware of any abuse that's taken place. There may be, I can see where there's possibly some possible construction activity that may infringe upon some of the wetlands. But speaking regarding the Downs, as far as I can determine, everything we've asked them to do, they've done it. So I'm a little concerned about changing the rules or the guidelines in midstream for them. All right. And I imagine it would affect the Dunstan Village as well, because Easton Village is pretty much, I think there's just a little bit left to do. I just don't see it being abused as much as, I don't see it being abused at all. Everything that comes before this board. I mean, stormwater, there's water everywhere in Scarborough. There is water. I mean, I tell people when they're worried about too many people moving to Scarborough, I tell them, don't worry, because there's too much water. I mean, there's wetlands everywhere, and everything can't be developed. It's impossible for that to occur. And in fact, Autumn, when you put up this sketch, the map of the shoreland zone, when I saw that, I mean, most of the development in Scarborough is east of Route 1, certainly east of the Turnpike. And the whole Pleasant Hill area wouldn't even be there anymore. I mean, that couldn't be developed today, I don't think. So I, I don't know. I just, I think we should continue to be sensitive to it. We should continue to be demanding. And the other thing that concerns me is that there's going to be another meeting apparently in January with the so-called stakeholders. I'm kind of curious, who are the stakeholders? Maybe you could tell me who that is?
Sure. So the plan was when we met in August that we would reconvene to continue the discussion. Because the state is going through a process that at the end of this month, we'll have a better idea what they are gonna actually require us to do from a town perspective. And so we know that additional protections may be required. And so the plan was, we'll probably push it out to February because we want to get this completed before we meet again. But we had, from the SEDCO group, we had our peer reviewers, they brought a wetland scientist. We had the Downs engineer, Drew Gagnon. We had a representative from Sebago Engineering. We had a member of the Conservation Commission. We had a couple of counselors, 3 in fact. We had a member from Long Range Planning and then staff. And so, and that group could certainly ebb and flow, depending on what happens in January. It wasn't a closed group, but we, with the help of SEDCO, we picked some people who attended the original meeting.
It seems to me, I mean, I think I'd be surprised if the council made a decision at their next meeting. Are they planning to make a decision at the next meeting?
I cannot speak for the
Yeah,
council.
I understand, but I mean, it's gonna be on the agenda though, isn't it?
The next reading is a public hearing, and then we have a second reading. So they had a first reading on December 4th, and then they send it to you all, and then they have 2 more meetings scheduled.
I would be in favor of everything being delayed, any decision being delayed until everybody knows what the guidelines are and what the various, coming from both the state, if the feds and et cetera like that. If you don't mind, if I could ask you, I guess who initiated this process?
Staff
Staff
went to
did,
the
okay.
Conservation Commission and we said, we have a problem. We have no wetland setbacks. Right now, when you draw a line on a plan, you can develop up to the wetland buffer. And when we get into no, ill will towards anyone, to no fault of any contractor, but there are problems that happen. I saw pictures come through, and I don't even oversee those this week, of sediment that with heavy rains got into the wetlands. We had that issue. So we went to the Conservation Commission and we requested help with this. We intended this to be a fairly simple lift and asked for some guidance and assistance. Once we got into it, we looked at other communities, other locations, and the desire to come up with setbacks based on the size of wetlands was born, and we came up with many different, a much greater proposal. As I mentioned, that was very ill received when we got to SEDCO. But the minimum setback to have any impact and to actually preserve our wetlands is what's before you tonight. If you wanted to tweak it a bit, to take out little pockets of isolated wetlands under a certain amount of square footage, that would probably not have any impact. But what we're really trying to make sure that we protect are those larger contiguous wetlands. So that's where it came from. We requested it. We've been working on it for over a year. We're at the point when we got to ordinance committee that we needed council to either vote for it or to stop it, if you will. There's no further discussion really to be had at this point. This is the bare minimum. And this is where we are. And I will also add that the first public hearing that we spoke about tonight was a request that came from many developers in town to change things. So things do change oftentimes for the good, and sometimes they change for the negative.
Okay, I guess I would be more inclined to um hold off until this next meeting with the stakeholders. And because this, this could be this is gonna be a dramatic change, I think.
So let me get this straight. Roger, your recommendation would be general approval of principle, but that you think the town council should wait until additional information comes in.
And
Uh,
to this next stakeholders meeting, which is gonna be in January or February.
Right, well, or just till we get information from the state,
Yeah.
basically, whenever that is.
So when we had the stakeholder meeting, what we all agreed, we thought we had consensus was this, and that we would reconvene in January to talk about additional steps, not to reconvene to talk about what we had agreed upon, not being what we agreed upon. So there is really no meeting in February or January right now if this doesn't happen. Does that make sense? Because when we had that meeting, everybody in the room said, yeah, this seems reasonable. This 25-foot, this is the bare minimum that we have. This seems reasonable to move forward. And then when we got to ordinance committee, it was a completely different story. And so that's where we are now.
Okay, I did watch the last town council meeting. After the workshop, I went home and I watched it. And, I mean, that was pretty heated discussion.
Right, Roger, I'm going to ask you to hold on that because you're talking about another meeting that many of us didn't attend, so, or take a look at. So this becomes, in a sense, it's germane to the whole process, but our responsibility tonight is to say yay or nay.
I understand.
So I
understand.
okay, so.
I'm
so
just saying,
talking about the past, at some point, we can go round and round with different interpretations. So I'm just asking you to consider. I offered what I thought you were suggesting. Autumn said there actually is no meeting. I still think that if you have an interest in telling the town council, suggesting to the town council that they wait until there is additional information from the state, that's a reasonable recommendation for you to make. And is that what your recommendation is?
well, I was just trying to state that to me, it was overwhelming opposition to those, to the public that spoke at that town council meeting. And that's why I'm saying, I'm kind of leery about making a decision at this time on this. I think there's got to be more thought, given to this.
So you are recommending, your recommendation is that the town council not accept this? I mean, this is a yes or no. I mean, our job is roughly to do a yes or
Right
no.
now, I would not support this until there's further discussion.
Okay, all right, thank you. That clarifies things. Jen, did you have?
Yes. Um, I did have a question actually, Autumn, about how the original set of recommendations came to be, which I think you pretty much just outlined. Collection of, so it wasn't just from staff or just from the Conservation Commission, but there were other professionals, wetland scientists, things like that weighed in on those. DEP
We
maybe?
looked at recommendations from other communities, and then we leaned heavily on our expert in the room and our Conservation Commission.
Okay. Thanks, that's helpful to understand that. So I tried, there was a lot of material to review for this, and I tried to review it chronologically because it has occurred over such a long period of time. And after initially, so that included an initial review of a very tiered approach that was put together at the get-go. And then I was kind of surprised to see all of that reduced into just one. After there was actually language, there was a quote somewhere about one size fits all not being a good idea. And then that's essentially what it kind of seems like we're doing. And I just had a hard time kind of moving past that. It does sort of seem to me like a tiered approach does make sense here, that we have wetlands that are probably of higher importance than others. And I'm not, this is not my area of expertise. So maybe that's a simply equated to their size, but maybe it's a factor of the species that live there or their location or a combination of those things. But, I I was kind of stuck on having the thought that a more tiered approach would be a little bit more, could be a little bit more balanced. It could help balance some of the concerns that we've heard about developability, but also about environmental protections. And like you said, in some cases that is going to work out in one direction, and in another case that might go a different way. But it seemed, the current proposal seemed less of a compromise to me than more just like a bare minimum. And so I guess I don't I don't have like concrete numbers to provide. Like, I think the offset buffer should be this much. I am in general, I am at a bare minimum supportive of what's being proposed here, but I think that we should really have a conversation about how that could be increased, particularly in extra sensitive areas. That's kind of where I'm going. And to those that have spoken about the value of the land or the impact to land value that this sort of change would have, I can't help but think that that comes from a monetary angle. And yes, that is an aspect of it, and an important one, but it is not the only one. That is not the only way that we place value on land. And it's much easier to assign a dollar value to land, in my opinion, but there is value there, as you've heard, and included in this material associated with what this buffer space would provide. And in case you haven't read this or you're not sure, you can pretty much just go anywhere in town on a high tide, rainy day, and it's very obvious. Just a matter of clarity. One of the things that I saw in the original proposal that I don't believe I saw in the current ordinance language had to do with stormwater outfalls. And I was just curious if you could clarify. That's right. How will those be handled in the current offset proposal? Will they be allowed or not allowed?
So the stormwater conveyance structures would not be allowed in that first 15 feet, but they would be allowed in the other 10 feet.
The 10-foot area, okay. One thing that did also catch my attention was about the effect of those outfall locations and what they mean vertically for sites. So in areas where, like, if we can't outlet low enough, you have to outlet further back and higher, and then all of these sites get much higher, which we all see often, like water table issues and things like that. But anyway, thank you. I was just curious about what the impact to that might have to that end. And it's hard to drain water when you're already underwater or at water. So but thank you for compiling all this really detailed information. And for those of you that have been a part of this for a year or more, it's obviously a topic that is important to everyone. And so to the developers and the homeowners who come and speak and everyone in between, it's really helpful for us, I feel like, to have that input. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Ben?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to echo especially Rick's and James's comments. I fully support this proposal. I'm a member of the Conservation Commission as well, and I know we've talked about it quite a lot at a lot of our meetings, but really, it's a really important, and as people have said, a bare minimum for what this town needs. We have to think about the long-term health of the environment, the town. Look at last January, we had two enormous floods that caused significant damage. That's just a year ago, two in the same month. It's not gonna get better. Things are getting worse and worse, and the more we destroy our protected areas, the worse it's gonna get. So, I really feel like we have to do at least the bare minimum, in this case. You can't undo once you've destroyed something like that. You really, it takes way too long outside of our lifetimes to fix some of the damage that can be caused by just one wetland getting destroyed. So, I don't know. I just echoing my colleagues' comments, especially Rick and James and Jen some too. Sorry, Roger. But I really feel like this is a critical thing for Scarborough, and I hope that we can move forward with these and find additional ways to protect the wetlands going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I support this with the caveat that I consider it the bare minimum that can be done. It is the baseline that we should use because, especially in those areas where we don't have a buffer, where we don't have regulation. And the town can move forward from there to refine. If one size doesn't fit all, well, what are you talking about? What does that mean? Is there something to look at there? There may be more things to look at, but we need something to start with, and it is this policy, this ordinance. I thought for a while, is there possibility for trade-offs, especially for a large landowner? So I think, well, suppose that the buffer is decreased someplace in the property, but added to or more open spaces added elsewhere. Is that an option? And I decided I couldn't figure that out. But it is something perhaps to take a look at as we go forward, because I think this is, as much as it's been discussed, this is really the beginning of a much harder discussion that we need as a town in terms of how we look at our land and how we protect it. So I think bare minimum, okay, but, and it should come now. I mean, no need to wait. Start off with the minimum now and then take the next steps as we go along. Do you have enough, Autumn, to? Autumn says she has enough on this. That I assume we will combine 02, 03, and 04 responses together. So I didn't hear anybody say, I don't want one of these, or I don't like one of these. In other words, we treated it all as just, these are where they otherwise go, basically. Correct? All right. We have, for those of you out there who haven't seen what we have in front of us, this is the next item that we have to discuss. It is rather large. So what I'm going to suggest is that right now we take a 5-minute break, bio break. And then when you come back, we will begin with the Bridges Drive, Aroma Joe's. 5-minute break. Planning Board is reconvened. Next item on the agenda, 4.05, Haley Ward, on behalf of Aroma Joe's, is requesting site plan review for a new building, drive-through, and parking areas for a coffee shop located at 1 Bridges Drive, Assessors Map R039, Lot 24. For the town, Autumn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is a site plan that you all have seen a few times with a bit of space in between. You first saw it in December of 2019 and then saw it again last November. So when it came before you at the last time in November, the applicant was going through the TMP process and they requested you all address other concerns and issues. Since that time, staff has also had a staff review where the applicant has gone through many of the peer review comments and other additional comments. But now we have come to the point where the TMP has been approved. They have received that on November 4th, and they do have requirements for some on-site and off-site mitigation. Again, this is on Bridges Drive and Payne Road. So this is the site plan, the red on this specific site plan, and Drew can answer any more questions and elaborate on these, but the red is essentially the right turn lane that has been required of them to put onto Bridges Drive from Payne. They are requesting a waiver for a reduction for 1 parking space. This was on the original plan that you all looked at last year as well. They've also requested a waiver for EV space requirements. Our EV ordinance doesn't allow for waivers, but what we do allow for is a fee in lieu. That's $3,000 per ready and 1,000 per capable. So if they're required to do those 3 spaces, it would be a fee in lieu of $7,000. This is the building. There was some conversation last time about the height of the building, and what is proposed is a 25-foot tall building, the same as in the North Scarborough location. And with that, I will be happy to turn it over to Drew.
Well, thank you, Autumn. Drew Olehowski with Haley Ward, representing the applicant, 1 Bridges Drive LLC. So as Autumn mentioned, we were last in front of the board. I believe it was the end of last year. At the time, we hadn't received our DOT traffic movement permit, so we were focused on all other aspects of the project other than traffic. It was my understanding from that meeting that the board's 2 main concerns were the building height and then stormwater treatment. So as Autumn mentioned, we had proposed a 25-foot tall building, which is the standard for corner lots under the design standards of the town. But we are open to making the building smaller if that's something the board would be interested in. The stormwater topic, at the time, we had proposed pervious pavement with only a detention layer within that system. Based on the size of the project, we were not required to provide stormwater quality treatment. But at the board's request, we did add an additional filter media within that pervious pavement. So now it provides both detention and stormwater quality treatment, hopefully addressing any concerns that the board might have. So we did receive a number of both town staff and peer review comments, which at this point I feel we have adequately addressed the majority of those. There were 1 or 2 minor ones remaining, which we were instructed that could be addressed as a condition of approval. I know the main one was the DOT drainage easement located on our property. Because we are changing the location of a DOT drainage outfall, we do need to have that easement revised. So that's something that we plan on taking care of along with the off-site improvements that are requested along Payne Road. So yeah, as mentioned, the big item for this project was the traffic movement permit, which we did receive last month. That approval was included in your packets. I believe it was the very last page of the packets. There were 2 main off-site mitigation measures requested by DOT as part of their approval. One of those is the Payne Road southbound right turn lane onto Bridges Drive. And the other one was a realignment of the intersection of Bridges Drive and Holmes Road. So both of those, we have conceptual layouts, and we'll plan on doing a full design for those along with the other conditions of approval for the TMP before construction of this project starts going forward. So with that, I think we've pretty much taken care of all of the board's and town staff concerns. So I would turn it back over to the board for any additional questions or comments you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. This item is available for public comment. Is there any member of the public that would like to comment on this? Please approach the podium, give your name and your address. And again, 3 minutes.
I will, Dan Dickinson, 40 Holmes Road. I'll be very brief. I didn't hear anything mentioned about the Bridges Drive and Holmes Road intersection. So if you're traveling east on Holmes Road, you're gonna come over the bridge, and people who want to come to this coffee shop will want to take a left here. And it's a high instance of accident. I had an employee rear end somebody else there that was trying to turn left, and you just come over the bridge. If you're doing 40, it's posted 40, everybody does 50, so they come over pretty quickly, and if somebody's trying to turn left, there's just no much room for reaction. So I live just down the street there, and I travel this bridge probably 5 to 10 times a day, and it's sometimes questionable. It's been way better when they closed it down for left turn traffic to go through. But when the coffee shop, if it's approved, which I'm sure it will be, there's going to be a lot of interesting things to happen at that intersection. So I would suggest that there should be some mitigation or a turn lane put in. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
I have Denise online.
All right.
Denise, you can speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Denise Hamilton, 2 Rod Road off Holmes Road. And hopefully I get through this without a coughing fit. But I'll try to make it brief. I strongly oppose this project on so many levels. First and foremost, traffic and safety in this area has already seen more accidents this year, as well as people who can't abide by the traffic pattern. If someone wants to head north on Payne Road, they'll need to take a right out of Aroma Joe's, then a left onto Holmes and a left onto Payne. Traffic is already congested in the area, especially during commute time, that many times I'll see someone jump the median on Payne Road at the end of Bridges Drive to head north. Hence why those signs have been replaced more times than I can count. This is not just of passenger vehicles, but commercial vehicles and UPS trucks. If people are heading north on Payne Road and see Aroma Joe's, they're apt to either jump the median, make a U-turn, or turn around in someone's driveway that is private property. Just because a project is an allowed use doesn't make it a right use for an area. Not sure any of you remember a project presented to the town several years ago over multiple meetings and years, but Aroma Joe's compares to this, and that would be Scarborough Donuts LLC that wanted to put in a Dunkin' Donuts at 560 US Route 1 on a 4-lane road in Dunston area. The planning board members were concerned with traffic and safety and drivers not following an in-out pattern, and they ultimately denied the application. So even though it was an allowed use, the planning board set precedents for all future projects in this town that you have the right to deny a project if it's not right for the area, regardless of it, if it's an allowed use. In fact, the courts have indicated that planning boards may apply their knowledge of a site and other case law, and that the planning board was not bound to accept the decision of experts on traffic safety. All of this information can be verified by reading the main planning board manual available online, including the minutes regarding the Scarborough Donuts LLC versus the town of Scarborough. I challenge this board to follow the precedents set by previous board members and deny this application because of traffic and safety concerns raised in this area, not only from my neighbors and myself, but some of you as well as town councilors. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
I have no one else online.
No one else in the room? Public hearing is closed. I'm now going to turn this over to the board let me ask Autumn something that I suspect other board members would be interested in. Autumn, could you talk a little bit about the TMP, what it means, and the research that was done in terms of these intersections?
Yes.
Yes, you can.
Yes.
Thank you. Would you? I know you could, but would you?
Sure, I'll give you just a brief overview. So the traffic movement permit, the applicants, they applied in June of 2023. And so with that, they had a specific set of projects that were contemplated for traffic movement. One of the questions that has come up, FedEx was not known at that time what it was going to be, so it was known later. With reviewing this with our peer reviewer worked with DOT to work through the TMP process and to come up with the mitigation. I will offer that I have an exhibit that will show you what they are required to do at that Bridges Holmes Road intersection that may be helpful. And then Drew can perhaps talk to it a little bit more. They have to create a 75-degree intersection, so they have to adjust this a bit. This is at Bridges Drive and Holmes Road. So they're required to do this as part of their TMP. They're also required to do a right turn lane on the southbound Payne approach to the project. So yeah, that's what I can offer with that.
Is Bridges and Holmes Road, is that a high crash intersection?
I do not know off the top of my head. No. I'm missing my town engineer tonight. I will say she is ill. So we are missing you, Andrew.
Perhaps Drew, you can add something to this.
Sure. So just to be clear, what we provided for this plan and the site plan showing the new turn lane, those are just conceptual layouts at the time, showing the major items that will need to be addressed. But I did want to make it clear that these still need to go through several more reviews by the DOT and town staff to make sure everyone's happy with what is being proposed out there. So if there are changes that need to be made that aren't shown here, there's still several more steps that need to be done for that. And I'm not sure regarding the high crash location. I don't have that info with me.
The answer is someplace in this giant pile of paper that we have, because I read it and I believe the answer is no, but that's from memory, so folks would have to take a look, but it is in the material. There are crashes just about every place, but it's the high crash areas that we really are concerned about. And Payne Road and Holmes Road is a high crash area. But as far as I recall, Bridges Drive and Holmes Road is not. That does not mean that people won't pull out faster than they should, because they will, and they won't go, doesn't mean they won't go faster than they should, because they will. And we know that. We know that there are people out there crazy enough to cross the median so they can go north onto Payne Road from Bridges Road. We cannot stop human foolishness. We can try. We can make it difficult. Maybe put a 6-foot barrier there that would stop them, but it's not, currently that's not in the works. People are going to do stupid things. There's only so much we can do to stop them from doing that. We believe, at least I believe, in that area of Payne Road that we've done an awful lot. We've put up signs. People have been arrested. Is somebody going to make a U-turn at the Holmes Road and Payne Road intersection? Sure. Somebody's going to do that. Somebody's going to get a ticket. Or somebody's going to have an accident. We cannot legislate away human foolishness. We cannot plan away. We can plan as much as possible. So I believe those of you who have a chance to read the TMP, there's a lot in that that the Roma Joe's is doing. It's possible that there may be more that they should be doing, but that's part of the things that we look at when we're here at the planning board. We take a look and see if what's being done is what is appropriate and possible by the applicant working within the ordinance. And our job is to take a look at it that way. Drew, do you have anything else in response to the comments?
No, that was it.
All right, thank you. I'm going to turn this now over to the board. Who would like to jump in? By the way, we do have a draft motion, just in case. James.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll start by saying that I drive this road every day. I live further down this road, so I'm very familiar with this intersection. One consideration that I didn't see in the TMP when it was written, but I would like to see if this were to continue moving forward. I know that you're adjusting the intersection when you're pulling up to Holmes Road and Bridges Road, but I think the necessary to add in a right turn lane that takes you on Holmes Road west towards Beach Ridge Motor Speedway. A lot of times, most folks who are coming from Portland, they're coming from Muzzy Road, they come from South Portland, they'll go down Payne Road and they'll cut through Bridges Road to go to Holmes Road to get out that way and avoid the intersection with Costco. So as part of that traffic re-engineering, so to speak, would that be something you guys would be willing to consider, as well as adding in a right turn lane from Bridges Road to Holmes Road going west across the bridge?
Yeah, we can take that into consideration.
Thank you. The concerns I have here, and I really enjoy Aroma Joe's. I think you're very strategically placed wherever you guys go. I have no problem with the product. I just have a real challenge with this location, especially where it is. And I mentioned this last time as well. It was mentioned tonight. People have seen people jump the curb. I've also seen it happen. I think the road sign there was replaced again today or yesterday that I drove by and saw it. It was in pieces because earlier this week, I witnessed an accident at that location. And the resulting traffic backup was from the Haggis intersection beyond the Sam's Club intersection on Payne Road, on that Payne Road South, going towards Haggis and Costco and all that. It was cleared within about half an hour, but the impact, the real dense impact of what that accident occurred there was staggering. And I don't have a concern with the height of your building. I think the height of the building is fine. I'm presuming you guys are going to have a road sign,
Yep.
road sign, excuse me.
Yes.
So people are going to know where you are. They're going to know that that's a place to go to. And while, you know, having a drive-up coffee shop is a very valuable resource for just the vehicular, you know, society that we're in right now, I don't feel comfortable that this is the right location for it. You're going to have more traffic going down Bridges Road. Great, that's fine. Eventually the town's going to improve that road. That's great, that's fine. But the traffic as they're going through, they're either going to try to make it a more illegal left-hand turn, so you need to extend that center median further down to really continue to discourage that, or they're going to have to take a right turn on the Payne to go to the intersection. And with looking at just the impact of what a potential FedEx is going to be at the end of the road and how that plays into making a left-hand turn onto Holmes Road from Bridges Road, that's eventually going to need to have a light because of at their peak hours of traffic in the morning and at night when people are going to get their coffee for whatever shift that they're on. the dense amount of traffic that's going to occur at that very, very small, singular Holmes Road Bridges intersection, I'm very concerned for. We don't hear about a lot of accidents that happen there because not a lot of people really use that road. People are deterred from it, from accessing it through Payne Road because they can't make that left-hand turn on the Payne Road anymore, northbound. And per Mr. Dickinson said last night, or just a few minutes ago, excuse me, people do fly over that bridge. It was recently repaved, and people, maybe they're missing Beechwood Motor Speedway, but are treating that as their own personal track sometimes when I go down there. There is a police presence. Police do come and go. But I mean, unless you're going to install a permanent fixed radar that catches people, that forces people to slow down, the speed and traffic there is going to be an issue. And my last point here is when you're at that intersection and you're looking right at the bridge, Holmes Road West, you can't really see over the beginning portion of that bridge. I know, but it is about 230, 40 feet or so for your line of sight. But somebody going 50 miles an hour, it's going to take you 180 to 200 feet to stop. That's if they're paying attention and if their car is in good shape. And that's a passenger vehicle. That's not what an 18-wheeler might look like. So I have real hard concerns about traffic safety, larger implications of this here. I don't hate the product. I just don't agree that this is the right location for it. That's all I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Jen?
I'll go. Just off the top, I don't have any issue with the proposal to bank a parking space if they can show that they have space for that later, but don't feel that it's necessary up front. I think that's fine. It's pretty well known, and we've understood through this material that this is a really, as James said, a very vehicle-centric development, but also moving vehicles, like not a huge need for parking. And similarly, I know there's not a formal waiver process for the EV charging capability, but I don't know, I just think that if the only opportunity for that EV charging space to be used is by employees, and that is also a very small number, I generally think the in lieu fee would be more beneficial to more people if it was used elsewhere, like on this campus, for example, or whatever happens down the road. I did just recheck the material. Holmes and Bridges is not a high crash location. And the applicant did look back on a number of years checking that out, but the Holmes, Payne, Scarborough Downs Road is a high crash location and has been for quite some time. And so anyway, and also understanding that the DOT has looked at this and given us their, the traffic movement permit with their own requirements. I will just have to say that I generally feel like the requirements are being met here, but I really share the same sentiment that just on a common sense standpoint, it feels like this is going to have an adverse impact on the traffic here in an area that we know and have been hearing constantly is problematic for those who live near here and travel through here frequently. I don't know what the answer to that is, but I understand that, with a project like this that has occurred over such a long period of time, we're watching and we see the different sort of moving pieces that will come into play here. But I feel like not everyone is taking everything into account. And I understand that the reason for that is because we draw a line at, remind me where we draw the line, where it's a project that has been approved or is in the process of being reviewed in terms of having their the traffic generated from another development factored into this development. So for example, you mentioned before, this project is not factoring in potential traffic from the Beach Ridge site because this one came first.
I will say that through the conversations with staff and our peer reviewer, that it was talked about and contemplated.
Yeah, okay. We all know, like, we know that it's
Right.
coming, but the numbers part of me is hard. So, anyway, I did have a question about Autumn. Can you clarify what the limit is? Do you know where the zone 5 is for the Payne Road impact fee area? There's 3 different Payne Road
Well, that was our old,
impact fees.
and this falls under our old impact fees. Now we have different ones that were
Okay.
adopted in June.
Okay,
So they
but
had,
they're still
no, this would probably be one of the last projects that you'll see come through with the old
under
ones.
the old ones.
Mhm.
Okay,
Sorry, so I would
That's
pull it up
okay.
online, but it's the new.
it's gone.
exhibit.
Okay. And I was curious if in any conversations around offsite mitigation, was there anything discussed for Holmes Road approaching Bridges Drive on either side?
To my knowledge, no, but that's something that we can point out if needed.
Okay. And then lastly, it's probably not going to help, but in just checking the setup of how we currently have the median island on Payne Road. And I understand there's signs there that are constantly getting knocked down, which makes sense, I guess. I just wonder if there's an opportunity to potentially install some, like a row of vertical flex posts that would give an additional vertical queue to people, particularly those coming northbound on Payne Road, so that you're not looking down the side of a very thin sign that's telling you not to turn left. And it does look like there's vegetation within that median up to a certain point, but this intersection is beyond that. So really the only thing that's there is curb and a very small amount of pavement. And so while I don't think that it will stop violations there entirely, I think that would probably go a long way in at least reinforcing the fact that turning movements are limited there. And lastly, I just have a question about wayfinding for this site. If the desire is for folks coming from the south, so if you're headed northbound on Payne Road, we're not allowing anyone to take lefts from Payne Road onto Bridges Drive. So therefore, the route to this site for someone like that would be to turn left at the light onto Holmes Road and then onto Bridges Drive. I'm curious if there's any plan for any type of wayfinding approaching that signalized intersection so that someone knows how to go before they have passed their opportunity. You know what I mean? Because otherwise, I think the turnaround options are definitely limited
Sure.
once you get past that. And I just think that I'm not sure the best way to do it, but I feel like something to that end would be helpful. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Roger?
Thank you. Actually, I was gonna ask that same question. Because, I can see vehicles going south on Payne Road. I mean, yeah, heading towards the mall. That's actually going north. And, when they realize if you have a sign where you're gonna be right at Bridges and Payne, they realize they wanna get a coffee. What they're gonna end up doing is going a little bit further into somebody's driveway. And that's gonna irritate them, just to make a turn, just to come back in. So somehow you gotta have some sort of some signage before the Holmes Road, Payne Road. Northbound lane.
Yep, no, I get you. That's something that we can definitely incorporate in our talks with the redesign if it moves forward.
Now, if if I recall, this was before us, before Costco, certainly before FedEx. And it was challenging. The site and the location was.
It was
challenging.
before us, before COVID.
Okay, that's right. And, and we spent a lot of time initially on the geology of the, you know, the land there, because it has a dramatic slope. I guess that's all been resolved. And then we spent an awful lot of time on the traffic. And because this was in conjunction with the other one, the other Aroma Joe's that went up in North Scarborough. They were both presented at the same time. Now, this just as, we spent a lot of time on the sign, if you recall, Rachel, okay? And because the sign has a white, it's backlit is white with blue lettering. And we were told, if I recall correctly, that Aroma Joe's has some sort of there's a new sign, a new technology where that just reverses. Are you familiar with that?
Can you speak to that?
We have a previous former board member lives out by the other one. And I actually sent him an email, asked him to take a look at that sign at night and see if it actually does just flip, you know? Just like the, you know, the awnings, you have a blue awning with the white lettering. But he hasn't got back to me yet, so I don't know, but I know that we spent a little bit of time on that also because, you know, we prefer not to have signs in town that have the white background. But this, you know, I mean, this is certainly a challenging lot, you know, especially where a business that you're going to be generating a lot of traffic versus say an office building or something like that when people just come and stay there all day. So I think that's all I have at this time.
All right, thank you. Rick?
Sure. Couple of things. I'm not concerned about the height. I think we made a concession with the one in North Scarborough because why condition a space or a square footage that you really don't need? You just add to your heat load requirements and so forth and so on. So I'm okay with the height being adjusted to fit the building and the use. As mentioned, the EV ordinance does not have a waiver provision. Instead, it has an in lieu. And I hold fast on that. But I'd like to plead to the developer that at least you can minimize the in lieu fee by doing simply conduit and making it somewhat capable. Because remember, your employee might be living in a multifamily building that has no EV charging capability. It's an old multifamily building, not new, and certainly not a new one built in Scarborough because it would have EV requirements. But, you know, you're going to preclude somebody from being able to have an EV vehicle, and you might lose a good employee. So I would make a plea that you can reduce your in lieu fee by some sort of compliance with that EV ordinance. So I would urge you to do that. This is a challenging site. I'm not a traffic expert, but I think there's been a lot of conversation regarding this. The material that I reviewed did not show any of the off-site mitigations that is happening up further before the turnpike as you're turning onto the Holmes Road. So I'm glad to see there's also some mitigation efforts on that because I do travel this road quite a bit and find that, that's just a funky corner. And I think you can fix that up. The developer or the landowner has their right to develop their land as they want to use it for, if it meets the ordinances. What I heard from public comment was about board presidents. And I don't believe that because a prior board may have done something, does not set a precedence for this board. And so I have to just go back and put my hat on and says, is it meeting the ordinances as defined by Scarborough's ordinances? And is it a permitted use? And is there mitigation to be done that will ensure compliance with the traffic movement plan and all those kind of elements? And so I think this one has been vetted to a point where if the building or the landowner wishes to have an Aroma Joe's here, I wish them good luck. It's, I don't know what the turnout's gonna be. I guess it's gonna be pretty good in the morning time. People will come off and get that cup of coffee, and pay $8 for a cup of coffee instead of a Keurig that would cost $1.25 in my kitchen. But that's okay. That's their president. That's their right. So I'm just going to leave it at that and say that I appreciate the staff effort and the back and forth that we did have with this project over since pre-COVID days. And I wish luck if this goes forward. But I'm going to stand fast on the EV. They'll have to pay the in lieu fee if they don't want to comply.
Thank you.
Thank-
Ben?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just not great at discerning a distance from a map. Can you tell me approximately how far from Bridges Drive to Payne Road on Holmes Road?
I personally don't have that here. I don't have the full layout in front of me. I assume it's probably about 500 feet, I would say.
About 500 feet?
Yeah.
Okay, I guess I'm just kind of thinking about, different traffic patterns, and I know it's been thought of by better minds than me on traffic, but somebody generally you want to encourage traffic to take right turns onto Bridges Drive from either direction, whether it's on Holmes Road or Payne Road. I know we're blocking the left turn on Payne. But coming down Holmes Road towards Payne Road, you could turn left onto Bridges Drive, right?
Yep.
But it's a single lane road there, right?
I
On
believe
Holmes.
so. Yep.
But we're also anticipating, a FedEx facility. I know this isn't necessarily something you're responsible for, but having trucks coming down that way and they're gonna be, setting up, a stop bar behind the intersection of ways. I'm just imagining with all the traffic backing up, you're gonna have difficult visibility for someone trying to turn left from Homes onto Bridges. And I don't know what there is to be done about it, but I just wanted to, depending on how much traffic is there. And I know FedEx claims they're gonna have just a couple of trucks an hour, but as more things are developed in this area over time, which seems likely, traffic's gonna get worse and worse, and I just wanted to be cognizant of how much traffic was heading down that way. So I don't know, that's kind of a concern that I have. A question for the applicant, or a couple of questions. You mentioned in your initial thing about, you could make the building smaller. Do you just mean about the height, or do you?
Just the height. Yep.
Okay, you weren't thinking like, well, we could just shrink the building by.
Oh, no,
half and
just
be
the
fine
height.
with that. Okay. I was gonna say, if you could do that and wouldn't be a problem, then why wouldn't you?
Sure.
Okay, that's what you meant. There were a couple of comments in the peer review that I assume have been addressed, but Imperial Arbor reading didn't indicate. One was about just that, was it? That the engineer had meant to say pervious, not impervious. Do you know if that's what I'm talking about?
Do you know which number comment that is? Is that on the most recent
Let me
what was
see.
provided.
I don't know. What's the one that was in the packet? Let me find it real quick. I'm sorry.
If it was referring to the pavement, that should be pervious pavement.
It's about a tarp or whatever beneath the
Yep, there's a liner beneath the.
liner
impervi-
beneath
Yep, there's a liner beneath the impervious pavement buildup.
beneath
So-
the impervious.
Yep. Well, the water's supposed to go down through the pervious pavement through a filter media, and then it's prevented from infiltrating to the ground by that liner. And it's all directed to a discharge point at the rear of the site.
Mm-hmm. Okay. This is comment 25 at the bottom, that I'm looking at. Acorn believes that Mr. Daly intended to state that the line will be placed under the pervious pavement, not the impervious pavement, in which case Acorn's comment is addressed. But you're saying the line is beneath the impervious pavement, so maybe their comment is not addressed, and that's what I'm wondering.
It should be pervious pavement, yeah. If we had said impervious anywhere, that was wrong.
Okay,
So yeah,
it should be pervious.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yep, sorry about that.
That's okay. And then on comment 41, I know this was just whatever, it was since the last, on December 2nd, but it's clear this is an older memo, but they would like to confirm with the town staff during December 2nd, 2024 internal DRC call that what they believe to be the case here for the turning radius is correct. Is that confirmed?
We met with the town, and we did have the wrong turning radii shown at first. It should be for a 40-foot truck, and we did update that, and that
Okay.
plan was sent to Autumn.
Okay. I guess this must be slightly older version of the memo then.
It's the newest one, but we had a discussion with.
Oh, is
the-
it further down? Is it-
No, we have
No.
a development review committee before we put the agenda together, but we don't have our peer reviewers update their comments.
I see. Okay, so that's why I wasn't sure if they were met. Okay, that's why I was just checking. Thank you. Okay, and I know it's mentioned in the potential draft motion, but I didn't see the traffic impact fees in the B&L, Barton Logity's memo, but maybe that's because they weren't calculated yet. Is that?
No, we received those today, so the
Okay.
applicant had requested clarification about which ones applied, and so I sent those over last week, and then I got the amounts this morning and included them in the motion.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't involved at the beginning of this, but I share some concerns with the board that have been mentioned previously just about the general traffic of this area. And I mean, that's about all I have to say at this time. I guess my other question quickly was about the updating the ordinance. Does that seem like a pretty easy shoe-in to prevent that? Okay.
Yes.
We don't need 3 meetings of planning board hearings about that and other things.
Well,
Okay,
we might have a planning board hearing. No? Okay,
okay,
wonderful.
good. Well, in that case, that seems like a simpler process. Okay, I guess that's what I'm gonna leave it with then. Thanks, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Roger has a better memory than I do about 2019 and what came through, but we've had a lot of this discussion each time, especially around the traffic. Each time the discussion at least has advanced because changes have been made and issues have been addressed. I go along with Jen in terms of making sure that there's good wayfinding information to find Aroma Joe's from somebody going to the north, and also from somebody at Aroma Joe's who wants to go north on Payne Road. In other words, make it very clear that there's a sign at the exit that points to Payne Road North to the right rather than to the left, where people would then go across the median. In other words, you're going to have to direct people. At one point, I did ask Autumn as to whether it would be possible to put some sort of a warning, slow, intersection ahead sign on the western side of Holmes Road, on the western side of the bridge over 95. It sounds as though even before we have the traffic, any traffic that might be from Aroma Joe's, people need to be reminded to slow down there. And it could be that some sort of a flashing sign warning of an intersection in general might be helpful in that area. As I said at the beginning, however, we can try to set the scene for people to be responsible, but if they want to be irresponsible, we only have so much that we can do. Human nature being as it is. I agree with Rick that it might be to your benefit to save a little money, as much as the town would welcome all of the, in lieu fee. And you can give us the whole fee anyway if you want to. That at least have one of those parking spots is EV ready or whatever is within there. That subtracts some amount, I'm not sure what, or again, if you want to still give us the whole amount in spite of putting that in, we will be happy to take it. I also will point out that that is part of the traffic of the TMP. There is going to be a right turn lane on Payne Road in advance of bridges, correct? And so that actually should decrease some of the queuing going down towards the light. People who do want to go up bridges to get to Holmes Road, there will be a lane there that they can turn into. That will relieve some of the traffic. I agree that this site is not ideal. It's not. It's problematic in terms of the traffic out there. But as Rick cogently explained, that's not our job. Do they meet the requirements? Do they meet the ordinance? Have they done their due diligence in terms of following what the town of Scarborough has asked them to do? And I would add, in terms of protecting the citizens of Scarborough through their safety measures, my opinion, the answer to that is yes. I also will say that the planning board is not bound by any precedents. We can use them to understand some things, especially if there was a mistake made. If we did something that we later said, ooh, that probably was not a good idea, we need to consider how we approach that. We're not bound, however, by precedents. Each item that comes before us is sui generis. It stands on its own, and we review it on its own. As part of that review, we add in our own minds and our own decisions all of the things that we have learned that over the time that we've spent here and spent on the planning board. So that is the role of the planning board. Does this meet the ordinance? The question whether it's a good place for Aroma Joe's is not within our purview to review. So if there are no more questions, I have a draft motion. I am going to try and read Autumn's handwriting. I've not always been successful when it was when it was Eric's. All right, and I'm trying to find, I can't find my. Excuse me, yeah, thank you. Mine is, my draft motion is tied up in a bunch of material here. So if you review as I go along, I do have 3 items to add to this. Draft motion, the motion of Roma Joe's One Bridges Drive Site Plan Review. I move to approve the project titled Roma Joe's, proposed by Steve Hanscom. The project is depicted in plan sets prepared by Haley Ward, dated 11/14/24. The application is approved with the following findings, waivers, and conditions. Findings: the project will include construction of a 1,010 square foot drive-through coffee shop at One Bridges Drive. The planning board finds the project meets the requirements of the site plan review and zoning ordinances with the following waivers and conditions. The applicant received their Maine DOT TMP approval on November 4th, 2024. Waivers: number one, zoning ordinance section 11, off-street parking regulations, allow for a reduction of parking spaces when it is demonstrated that a particular building can be occupied or use carried on with fewer parking spaces than required under this section. The planning board may reduce the requirements for off-street parking upon finding the undeveloped parking spaces are shown on an approved site plan as reserved future parking spaces. A, the planning board finds that the number of parking spaces required may be reduced by one space as demonstrated on the site plan. Conditions: one, prior to the start of construction, the applicant shall schedule a pre-construction meeting. The meeting shall include appropriate town staff, the developer, and their site contractor, and is to be coordinated through the planning department. The below items must be addressed prior to the scheduling of the pre-construction meeting. A, address comments in the Acorn Engineering memo dated 12/2/24. B, address comments in the Barton Lojudis memo dated 11/26/24. C, address planning board comments discussed in the 12/16 meeting. This includes: one, review with Maine DOT and staff the possibility of adding wayfinding at the Holmes and Payne Road intersection. Two, review with Maine DOT and staff the possibility to install vertical barriers in the curb at the Bridges Drive and Payne Road intersection. Three, review with Maine DOT and staff the possibility to add a warning sign at the Holmes Road Bridge moving east towards Payne Road. D, provide a performance guarantee for the cost of construction for off-site improvements. This shall be 150% of the estimated value of construction. E, provide the final full plan set to the planning department. This shall include all site and civil plans, landscape plans, lighting plans, and architectural renderings and elevations. F, the applicant shall execute and record a stormwater maintenance agreement with the town. The form of the stormwater maintenance agreement is located in Appendix 1 of the Town of Scarborough's Chapter 419, Post-Construction Stormwater Infrastructure Management Ordinance. G, update operations and maintenance plan to include measures to limit impacts of sand and salt usage on the site. H, payment of the Chapter 419 Stormwater Maintenance Agreement and reporting fee, total $750. I, payment of all review fees and invoices. This shall be reviewed by the planning department. 2, prior to the issuance of a building permit, the applicant shall A, pay EV in lieu fee totaling $7,000. B, pay traffic impact fees totaling $5,432.35. Payne Road Zone 1, $149.43. Payne Road Zone 2, $292.42. Payne Road Zone 3, $4,990.50. C, finalize and receive approval for all off-site improvement plans per the approved TMP. 3, prior to issuance of a certificate of occupancy, the applicant shall, A, substantially complete all off-site improvements per the approved TMP. B, submit evidence in the form of a letter or plan prepared and stamped by a professional engineer who either prepared the post-construction stormwater management plan and its associated facilities, or supervised the plan and facilities construction and implementation. The letter or plan shall certify that the stormwater management facilities have been installed in accordance with the approved post-construction stormwater management plan and that they will function as intended by said plan. C, request an inspection by the planning department to ensure compliance of necessary signs and pavement markings, stencil and striping, and any necessary drainage. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Roger Beely. Doreen, call the roll, please.
Rick Meinking,
Yes.
Jennifer Ladd,
Yes.
Roger Beely,
Yes.
Rachel Hendrickson.
Yes,
And James Hebert.
No.
thank you. Project passes. Congratulations. It only took 5 years.
Drew, you dropped something, well, that's important to you or not? Business card. Okay.
Next item on the agenda. Item 4.06, M&R Holdings and Goral Palmer, on behalf of Crossroads Holdings LLC, are requesting subdivision amendment review for the Downtown Center District, Phase 3, for expansion of Lot 2 to the north, the creation of lots 10 through 13, and expansion opportunities for the remaining Crossroads land located at Scarborough Downs Road, Assessors Map R52, Lot 4.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this will be the second amendment, but the third phase of the Downtown Center subdivision. The original approval of the 7-lot subdivision was in June of 2023. And then there was the first amendment that you all recently reapproved in October of 2024. This included the 2 lots for Intermed and the pump station. And then it also included additional area to Lot 3. So this is the overall layout that I think enables it to be easier to see. So this new subdivision, we've talked about this section of Scarborough Downs Road the last time with the amendment. And it was agreed that as part of condition for that amendment for the Intermed lot, the pump station lot, that any future amendments would have to resolve the design of that road segment. And so they've also added in some new lots, some new lot areas, and then this was all originally part of Lot 2. So those have been subdivided as well. So this lot's hard to see, and I'm sure Mr. Bacon can speak to this, but this is the Lot 10 that's contemplated for the new grocer. And then you have this section that includes the portion that connects to the roundabout for Scarborough Downs Road. This, I think, is an easier way to look at. They provided this exhibit. I actually have a large one of these on my wall in my office. It makes the different phases easier to understand. But this is the portion that you all considered in the original phase. And then the first amendment, we talked about the unnamed street in between Intermed and the green space. And then this section of Scarborough Downs Road. And now with this portion, we will address this remaining segment and then the bypass road through the town center. With that, I'll turn it over to the applicant and answer any questions that you may have afterwards.
Thank you. And for the applicant.
Great, thanks, Autumn. Thanks, Madam Chair. Dan Bacon here would be on behalf of Crossroads Holdings LLC, also joined by Drew Gagnon of Goral Palmer and Rich Jordan of Flycatcher, our natural resource consultant. I have a deck that I'd love to share. Thank you. I'm going to provide a brief introduction, touch on kind of the high points of this amendment, building on what Autumn introduced, and then turn it over to Drew and Rich. But as noted, let's go to the presentation version here. Everybody see that okay? This is town center district overall that we have a master plan approval for. And the colors are the three different phases or original subdivision, and then the first and second amendment and the general geography of those phases. So we first got phase one approved, really kind of the south end of town center to activate some key lots, 3i Home, cross street condominiums, the Parker. And then as Autumn indicated, the last amendment that you saw earlier this year was the phase two, which was to activate the intermed site, the central square sometime in the future, and the pump station lot. And then this third phase, kind of eating away, if you will, at the town center district, is to activate some other real key end users to create lots for grocery, some additional mixed-use buildings, as well as execute some key infrastructure to further the plans that we've presented the planning board in the past. So this is really kind of the applicants or the application limits of this amendment. And I'm just going to walk through kind of these key elements at a high level, and then Drew and Rich will elaborate in more detail. But to really activate this area, most notably the next retail anchors for the project, we're going to execute on some of the key things that we've actually already presented to the board in the past. One is this bypass or loop road. So as part of our earlier phases of town center, we spent a lot of time on the importance of Market Street, Downs Road, making sure those were walkable. The intersections weren't too big. There was on-street parking. There were really kind of people places. And as part of that, we wanted to make sure as we build out town center, they can remain kind of that street design. So this bypass road, which connects Market Street all the way around this next phase of development over to Downs Road and vice versa, has been designed as this loop road that's an alternative route. It really can provide ease of access to the parking in these future lots, provide an alternative for motorists who want to go around town center and not go through the more congested or active area with crosswalks and on-street parking, and also to be a primary route for truck traffic. With a grocery store, with some junior size retail anchors, there's going to be some truck traffic that we really want to provide an easy route in and out of the project, so truck traffic wouldn't be going down Market Street and Downs Road as a matter of course. So the bypass road is exactly where we initially showed you through the master plan process and established some street stubs that we're now executing through this amendment. Also, within this amendment, we're showing some what will be private drives that will allow for public access to further distribute traffic and to provide access kind of through this core area of the next phase of town center. So this is an area that's going to have interconnected driveways consistent with the zoning, driveways that connect over the bypass road, connect to the Downs Road, connect to Market Street. So we wanted to show those as part of the subdivision application, recognizing the details of these private drives will be vetted through site plan, because you can't fully understand, the final design of these driveways until we apply for site plan, which we'll do later this winter. But we wanted to make sure that the planning board was clear that we're providing for them on the subdivision plan, because that was something that we talked about with the first phase of town center. I guess the third key element is the completion of the Scarborough Downs Road, really from the second amendment, or the first amendment, the second phase, all the way up to the roundabout. And this is that segment of the Downs Road. It exists today. It's existed since 1950, in fact. But we're in part of this phase executing the final condition of this roadway. So we want to take it from a wide private drive to a proper public design, a street design for public acceptance, as well as providing for a multi-use path, which is part of the master plan to link the Innovation District to Town Center. So this element took some additional time to design. Drew has been working closely with planning staff, with the Public Works Director. It's a very technical and intricate section of roadway because the Conservation Commission's asked for some critter crossings. We've been working on how to provide as many as possible, working with the road design while also not impacting any additional wetlands and working with the existing conditions that are out there. There's ditching along the roadway today. So it's a section of road that's really kind of hemmed in. So we've been working on threading the needle in terms of the design of this roadway to position it for public acceptance, to provide some reasonable accommodations for critter crossings while also not impacting wetlands and impacting permits that we already have in place with Army Corps and DEP. So we're at a point now where we can provide for 3 critter crossings, and that's the extent of the critter crossings that we can provide for. But Drew and Rich have worked on great measures to enable those to be optimized through drift fencing to guide critters to those crossings, and also position the road to meet the master plan approval and be in position for public acceptance. The next kind of key piece with this phase is a gravel wetland. We've done a number of these so far in other phases of the project. We've already gone through DEP process and have a fully permitted, designed and permitted gravel wetland. On this plan, it's shown down in this location. If you can see my cursor okay. It's just plan south of the bypass road, and that's a location that's strategic to be adjacent to some stream buffers and really kind of add to the wildlife habitat that's along the Willowdale stream and this tributary, and bolster that open space area. Also provides for the gravel wetland technology, which is what's being expected by DEP for the Willowdale corridor, because it's the most effective in terms of benefiting Willowdale and removing chlorides and being the preferred stormwater BMP. And Drew can get into more details if you have any on that. I guess lastly, as part of our DEP and Army Corps permitting, you see at the top of the screen, which is actually east of this phase of Town Center, is a large open space area that's part of our application. So this area includes the only natural vernal pool on the project. We went through the Army Corps DEP permitting process. We provided for a 10-acre area that's protected and buffers the vernal pool. We're also adding to that open space area through this subdivision process. So that's what we provided in our application. And as I indicated, we've actually been at the planning and permitting stage of this area of the project for, I think, going on 2 to 4 years, because we've gotten our DEP Army Corps permitting all in advance of this application over the course of that time period, and also obviously have been planning for the bypass road and the details of the infrastructure that we're activating this subdivision with. Just lastly, around open space, just to kind of further that discussion and to show all of Town Center's open space. This graphic shows the outline of this phase 3, what we're changing and the lots we're creating with it within the phase 3, the extent of the application. Open space D, which I just mentioned, is being added to the overall open space requirements of the Town Center district. I'm also highlighting the open space areas that have already been designated as part of the first 2 phases of the town center subdivision and subdivision amendments. So kind of going back to the ordinance requirements, the zone requires a 10% minimum open space per plan development district. So this plan development district, by adding this phase, is on the order of 116 acres. So the open space requirement is 11.6 acres, 10%. With this application, we're at 18%. So we're exceeding the ordinance requirement, close to doubling it. Overall, within the project, just to keep the board up to date, because we like to, as we do amendments, kind of update the overall status of the Downs development. What's required to date through the phases that we've executed in the project is around 32 acres. What's we've provided for, if you tally up the other open space areas development-wide, we're around 108 acres. So we're obviously exceeding the open space requirement significantly on a plan development standpoint. Before I turn it over to Drew, I would note that we know the Conservation Commission has reviewed this a few times, most notably back in, I think, the spring, at the time when we were looking at the Intermed site and needed more time to consider the design of the Old Downs Road, the specifics around that. And they've expressed interest in additional open space. So that's not something that's an ordinance requirement, but we met with staff, I think maybe a month ago, 3 weeks ago, before we submitted this, and engaged Rich Jordan, a flycatcher who's an expert in open space, wildlife, natural resources. And so he's going to wrap up our presentation with some ideas around additional open space that can provide some connectivity between these two areas that are the ordinance requirement, recognizing that they're above and beyond, but we also want to kind of take the right steps in terms of this phase of the project, recognizing that there are more phases to come with the town center district and also the project. So I think with that, I'll turn it over to Drew to kind of talk about some of the engineering details, and then Rich will wrap up. Thank you.
Good evening, Drew Gagnon with Coral Palmer. I will try to be brief here, and just to be difficult, I rotated the page because it fits better on our plans like this, so I apologize for that, but the next few plans will be in this view. A little bit cleaner here, again, just showing the approximate 2,000-foot bypass road. We're calling it the bypass road. There'll be another name, just like the unnamed road. We're working our way through here. Connecting the Downs Road to Market Street, and this just shows the different lots that were being created for it. Lot 2, which has been approved through the first amended, is going to be, the lot lines are going to be adjusted to kind of a, call it backwards L shape. So it's going to have frontage along Downs Road as well as along Market Street, just kind of shifting the lot lines there up and creating frontage with the bypass road. Lot 10 is that grocery end user that Dan mentioned. And then a few additional lots, 11, 12, and 13 around the bypass road, and really those development portions and those developable windows as seen on this plan here. Not shown on this plan is just north of the sheet is the, again, what we're calling the Downs Reclaim Road portion, which is where we left off with the pump station in phase 2, up to where the roundabout was recently constructed. That about a 900 to 1,000-foot stretch. And that's getting looped back into the scope of this application. Again, that road, and I'll go into details of how we're designing it and how it's going to be constructed. It's going to be a reclaim layer with additional gravel, additional pavement above that to really enhance the road, but it's going to stay at original line and grade of what it is today. As far as utilities go, we're extending gravity sewer main throughout the bypass road, as well as easements cutting through lot 2. This is really just in order to be efficient with our utilities and our infrastructure. 8-inch water main is proposed, and this bypass road is going to loop into the ones that are either installed or soon to be installed in Downs and Market Street. That'll create redundancy and provide adequate fire flows for all the development, commercial development that's going to be happening in this parcel. And then overhead electric is proposed on the northern side up against the wetland edge. It's just extending it from the corner of where it drops to underground, and it's cutting across the lot up the bypass road, and each lot will be served underground per ordinance. Grading and drainage, Dan touched on the gravel wetland, which is now on the left-hand side of your screen here. There is another BMP proposed down on, I believe that is lot 11. It's a soil filter. And that's taking a portion of the bypass road as well. It's really just the way the numbers and watersheds worked out with this application. It wasn't all going to the gravel wetland. I do want to touch on just the gravel wetland, just for a piece of it. We did permit this about 4 or 5 years ago at this point through the state level. At that time, we had developed the chloride mitigation technique, which is taking, it's basically using a system of weirs to take salt from large impervious areas, specifically parking lots, and it bypasses it through the stormwater facility so it doesn't go into the groundwater. Instead, it flushes out throughout the stream. And I know I've mentioned this a few times on different site walks and different other applications. And I just think it's worth noted that it's a significant investment that this applicant and developer has been doing on the downs to date. And there's a pending future state of Maine changes to what we call Chapter 500, which is the stormwater regulations. And that's really being modeled after this for a portion of it. This called something called a stressor guideline, which is going to look at the type of pollutants that are going into a specific stream and how you're mitigating for it. And I guess I'd like to give credit to the applicant for being really ahead of the curve here by 5 years, and then using this as a nice model for conversations at the state level on how Chapter 500 and technical documents can be updated to this. So proud of that. And that is still proposed on this project. And we're happy to see it working on phase 1. And it seems to be working well. And we're getting some data points, hopefully, that we can present to the planning board if they wish to at some point. In addition, there was a temporary ditch that cut through the lot that was approved as part of the phase 2 of town center. That on the screen here is the top right, and it empties into a portion of Willowdale Brook. It's really a finger that kind of goes below that gravel wetland there at the bottom. There was a temporary ditch installed, and basically this application just replaces that temporary ditch with closed conduit pipe. It'll be 2 36-inch twin culverts. And that's really just taking the 75 acre, 90 acres, somewhere around that wetland complex, all the upland flow, kind of, I'd say Costco south and west of Costco from the Payne Road down, that flows down to Willowdale. Really no additional developments draining to this. This is really just a conveyance mechanism from upland flow down to Willowdale. This is a comparison graphic of Scarborough Downs Road, the Reclaim Road section, and we left off last in Town Center Phase 2. We actually pulled that scope out of the application, so we were going to talk about it then. That was actually included in that application. We've re-included it here, and I didn't get a chance to talk about it, so we'll talk about it here. The bottom cross section, if I could talk about that one first, is your typical roadway cross section, and it just shows the gravel and the pavement build up as well as sidewalks. So the brown reddish brown color there is just your gravel below, and then that gray is that layer of pavement. For the Reclaim Road section, I just wanted to highlight, and because there's a few waivers we're requesting as part of this, I just wanted to highlight exactly what we're doing. Basically, we're taking the existing roadway, grinding it down, and creating a reclaim mix with that. And then we're adding 6 inches of gravel above that, and then your typical 4 inches of pavement. And we're also including what's called the type E gravel material below the reclaim road. So we had some test pits done in the road, and I confirmed that those gradations, we took those samples and we ran them, and those gradations showed a type E gravel. So essentially, we're just replacing that typical gravel AA/D gravel that we call it with a reclaim mix, which really is no structural deficiency at all. It's just it's a different way to approach the road without having large earthwork completed, and really just replacing gravel that's adequate with new gravel just didn't make any sense. It's just going to be less intrusive, and the road's been there for a while, and honestly, it looks pretty good for I've been there for almost 75 years. We're going to be adding cross slope to the road. So typical cross slope on a road is about 2%. We're increasing that to 3% to help mitigate our waiver for the center line, right? So as I started this discussion, we're not adding kind of the roller coaster, I'll call it, up and down Downs Road. That all that would do is create peaks in the road that then you have to try to tie the slope in and you go into wetlands. So we're really trying to minimize our impact on this road. So we're actually decreasing the impervious area a little bit. We're taking the existing 30-foot road, we're decreasing it down to 24 feet. We're going to have a small esplanade and drainage swell between that, and then a 10-foot multi-purpose path. So a little confusing, but we're essentially just taking the road, we're lifting it up a few inches to add that reclaimed material and pavement, and we're just slightly shifting it over, adding a drainage swale and a multipurpose path, and that's for that entire 1,000-foot section. So that's related to the minimum centerline grade waiver as well as the aggregate sub-base course waiver. And I think probably a year ago at this point, we talked about this and we wanted to go through a little bit more on what the waivers and what we're requesting relief on. And I hope that, and I'm happy to answer any questions if that didn't solidify it, but again, basically just replacing gravel with a reclaimed mix, just ground up asphalt that's already there. Two other waivers that we are requesting are related to the bypass road. Our driveway separation waiver, and that's 90 to 87 feet. It's pretty close. And a minimum center line radius along the bypass road. That's for that first curve as you come in. You kind of turn left from Market Street. That's down to from 150 feet, which is the standard, to 145 feet. I wanted to review, before I pass over to Rich, I wanted to review a few of the town comments just at a high level. I'm happy to talk about any of them if the board has, but I won't go through every single one of them. In terms of the town comments, a few of the notes on wetland under drains, which we're happy to add. You know, we're happy that the town is in agreement with us on the reclaim road, working with the public works director, working with Angela on exactly what that section looks like. Exactly that reclaim road section, doing the adequate amount of test pits. So we've come a long way with this, and we're happy that the town's in agreement with us on that. A comment in there was for upgrades to the conveyance culvert. So as Dan mentioned, we're proposing 2 culverts and you'll see these vertical blue lines on the left-hand side there. Those are the 2 that we're proposing. And then there was another culvert over on this side that was actually part of a different phase, which is not installed yet. And then town request was, can we make that more of a wildlife crossing culvert? It was actually there primarily for drainage. So we're going to redesign that culvert and provide either an open bottom, or we'll embed it and have material so it doesn't feel like a critter's crossing on plastic or any kind of inert material. It'll feel like a natural crossing. That's a way for us to get 3 crossings spaced equally around this area. Again, with the understanding that if we could just add more culverts, understanding kind of how far we've come on this, we would. But it's very difficult. I can't just add another culvert in between all these to reduce the spacing. There's wetland impacts I have to work around, as well as it would drive up the road grade significantly. So as I mentioned before, we're really only raising the road 8 inches in some areas. One of these culverts requires us to raise the road a little bit higher to get adequate cover, right? We have to have a certain amount of, it's like 2 feet above the culvert minimum so that there's not frost heaves every single time you drive over this road. The more we add, the higher that road gets driven up. And then when that road gets driven up, I'm chasing the slopes all the way down, and those are going to impact more wetlands. So there's no way to add additional culverts without having additional wetland impacts. And that's really the theme here. So again, understanding there's still a concern with that, what we've come up with, and again, working with Rich's team, is something called a wildlife drift fence. And it's really not very complicated at all. It's essentially what we're proposing is an 8-inch board. It'd be staked vertically at the toe of slope. So it's right where the reclaim road comes off, there's a shoulder, and right where we tie in, we're going to put an 8-inch board there with a stake along the entire way on both sides. What that's going to do is that's going to promote amphibians, small mammals to not cross the road. And actually it's going to promote them towards the opening, which are the culverts we have. So it's effectively doing the same thing. We're providing a safe crossing. So if we were to just add more culverts and not do the drift fence, there's still an opportunity for a small mammal or amphibian to go across the road and get run over. Effectively, what we're doing is we're just adding these physical barriers that promote an amphibian or small mammal to actually get to a safe crossing, which was the entire goal here. So we feel like we've adequately addressed that. It's a significant investment, again, for the development team, but we feel like that's an appropriate mitigation item for this. Real quick to the civil peer review comments. There were some stormwater questions. Recognize it's confusing. We're in between like 3 different SLDA permits with this. So it's difficult to try to figure out which report it's in. And I don't want to give them 12 different reports that they've actually reviewed already. So we have a meeting set up with them and the town engineer, and confident we'll be able to work through some sort of key any way they need to get them. They had a few other comments regarding level lip spreader sizing, which we're happy to address. So I feel confident that we can address all those fairly easily. Traffic comments. We had the DRC meeting. We had a good conversation on what the town's peer reviewer was looking for, as well as the town. We always want to balance delay at an intersection, right? Vehicle delay, how long someone is waiting to actually turn. We want to balance that with capacity and overbuilding a roadway right off the bat. So we've kind of had that theme in town center to date, which is Let's keep everything what we think is adequate bare minimum in terms of capacity in a lane and a roadway. And we'll provide a plan and we'll make sure the road is set up for future improvements if necessary. Because again, we're developing this entire town center based on theoretical traffic volumes that are really hard to predict. And we're doing the best we can with the numbers we're given, but there's a lot of moving parts with it. So we're trying to balance overbuilding something right off the bat. And then all we have is a speed highway with a slightly congested road, but is safe for all pedestrians and all for vehicles. So with that being said, we're going to review the turn lanes at both the entrances of Downs Road and Market Street. We're going to expand and add those left and right turn lanes out of there. So Downs Road currently didn't have one. It was a single approach. We're going to look at adding it a left and right turn lane there. There's room on the right of way to do that. Should be a fairly easy exercise. And then down by Market Street, there is a left and right turn lane. We're going to slightly expand that a little bit more to assist with it. So we certainly understand the comments, and we want to make sure that this road, again, in nature is a bypass road. It's not necessarily the more of the downtown feel, right? Like Market Street or Downs Road. So we understand that. And we feel like we can address those comments with some minor revisions to our plan, as well as understanding that the average queue, right? So the average delay at this intersection is not very much. Really the concern was closer to the 95th percentile, which is really the worst hour of the worst day of the worst month of the year, right? So we're talking about the instance Black Friday, the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, the Saturdays before Christmas. A little bit of delay is okay. We recognize that. We don't want that to impact traffic operations in the public right away. So we don't want to block intersections, but a little bit of delay should be expected. And it's in a place like this with large commercial development and a lot of people living there. Quick note too, all of our traffic modeling that we've been doing on the Downs does not include any type of shared trips, any type of what's called pass-by traffic. It's really raw volumes. We haven't taken any reduction for any of that. So we're really starting at the most conservative estimate we could have without the hope, and that we know the way we're designing this is people will park and go to multiple shops at one time. Right now, the way the traffic numbers work, each shop accounts for one trip or however many trips it is. So it's double counting a lot of them. So we're trying to be realistic with how much we overbuild this with also, we want people to park. And if it's a little difficult to keep going, hopping from store to store in your car, that's okay. Then they can walk and take a bike and that's a good thing. So we're balancing all that, but we respect the town and peer review's comments, and we're going to work on getting those numbers those delays a little bit less at those intersections. I will pass it along to Rich Jordan now. He's going to talk a little bit about this plan, which you see the additional open space on there. And I'm happy to answer any specific questions that the board has regarding peer reviewers or anything on the application. Thank you.
Just a reminder that we do not take any new applications after 10 o'clock, and it is now 9:32, so.
Thank you. I'll take that as a hint to go fast. Rich Jordan, professional wetland scientist. I started a company called Flycatcher LLC out in Yarmouth. We're an environmental consulting company. I've been working on the Downs since about 2017, I think. My team delineated all the wetlands originally. We mapped all the streams, the one significant state certified significant vernal pool there in the middle. Looked at the whole 500-ish acres over the last several years, primarily supporting M&R and the team with federal state permitting, so wetland permitting, Clean Water Act permitting, and supporting sort of overall conservation and helping them from the beginning sort of identify what are the most important areas. There will be a conservation component and to the overall project. So we've been sort of, my team, we have biologists, we have birders, we have plant people, we have bug people, we have deer people. So we've been sort of working on what are the most important features of this, where if we have to have development encroachment in some of these more important areas, how do we do that in a way that minimizes overall impacts? So as Dan was saying, they developed this open space plan to go along with this phase 3 area. Met the requirements, sort of exceeded the requirements for what they needed, but something we've talked about for a while and Dan approach was like, how do we, we've got this area, but we've got this area in the middle that's a little disjointed, a little disconnected. Is that important from a wildlife perspective? Is there a way to sort of make it make sense? If we added some more conservation in here as part of this proposal, sort of just potentially as a starting block for where we are, what is the most important thing to do there? And my thought is the same thought I have whenever I look at a large piece of land. You sort of, you focus in on the water bodies, the wetlands, the streams, the vernal pool, and then you start thinking about wildlife. How is wildlife moving around the site? How do we facilitate that as the area continues to develop? And then sort of dawned on me, I saw the Acura design, and they have that setback sort of in the lower corner, right below where it says proposed crossings. There's a conservation piece there associated with that subdivision, and then you get into the Willowdale Brook setback. And so this light green area is what I recommended as sort of a starting point corridor. Really, we're not expecting a ton of amphibians to be leaving that vernal pool area that was preserved years ago and or was conserved and avoided years ago, and sort of make their way all the way to Willowdale. But one of the things I was telling the team about today, like the vernal pools are kind of a buffet. So we do expect skunks and raccoons and mink and whatever, other types of animals that are using the Willowdale corridor all the way down into the marsh and sort of all the way up and around towards across Higas. So basically really just looked at adding that area in the middle as kind of a starting point for what would make sense really to have sort of a core forest as far away from development as possible, but that will help some critters potentially get from the north or sort of from the east to the west. I need Drew's weird map. So that was the effort here, is to really sort of facilitate protection of that core corridor. And that's where this landed. And this leaves the open space proposal for this phase to 43.5 acres, which is cut off on that map, but I can see it here. And then I guess with that, I'll leave it and happy to answer questions about the other things that Drew brought up. So.
With that presentation, I think we'll turn it back to the board. This is, as mentioned, the subdivision's really necessary to take the next steps of the site plans, and we realize they're kind of attached to the hip, but we have to do things chronologically. So after this evening's discussion, we'll be addressing, traffic comments, any comments the board has, solving any last questions Haley Ward has, while also packaging up the first site plan application. So the board can begin to make sense of the driveway locations and what's happening on the lots within the bypass road as part of the review of the subdivision. We just need to start this step in order to apply for a site plan and to progress them in a coordinated fashion. So thank you.
Thank you. This is an item that is available for public comment. Is there any member of the public in the room that would like to make a comment? If there is, please approach the podium, name and address, and you have 3 minutes for your comments. Is there anyone online?
No one with their hands up.
Should I do a countdown to see if we got somebody late on the hands?
I think that's it.
Okay. And that means I think staff is on the line. Very good. Nobody in the room. Public comment period is over. Let's turn this to the board. Understanding that we have one more package to look at. Rick, let's just start down here and move
I'll
up.
be very brief because I know there's a lot of loose ends that need to be tied up here, and I know we'll see this again. But one question, can you walk me through the overhead power?
Drew, the best plan.
Well, you indicated there was some overhead, and then kind of give me an idea.
Power in general. So
Yeah,
there's, if you can see my cursor, okay. So there's overhead power that comes down Scarborough Downs Road from the roundabout. There's right next to the pump station, which is this small lot here, is where it drops underground to then serve everything inside the bypass road, Downs Road, etc. there's to serve the outer, to serve, I guess, what is it, lot 10, Drew? And I can't make out the lot number over here.
So in other words,
Overhead
the
power.
only overhead power is coming in through Scarborough Downs Road.
Right.
And then everything else is
And the overhead Drew is referring to goes along this wetland and drops underground on the wetland side of the bypass road.
and that exists today?
No. No, but it comes off of the overhead before the overall drop down by the sanitary district. So I guess I wish
Okay,
I
I'm
could
just
drop
trying to,
it here.
what does that look like? Because the goal here is, this whole downtown area is gonna be cable free.
Correct. Yeah, in the Downs Road, Market Street, the unnamed street. by
I like
Armed,
bypass.
None of that will have overhead power.
Okay,
It's along the wooded edge back to some location right about here, I believe.
Okay.
Drew.
All right.
Is the overhead.
thank you. I just
Yep.
wanted to get that clear in my head.
Yep. So
Um,
it's not in the downtown area, as we discussed.
Right, right. Well, I just, wires just look so ugly. Yeah, with the time constraint that we're under, there's a lot of questions from the peer reviewers and staff that need to be addressed here, and I look forward to seeing this in conjunction with what, lot 10 is the anchor grocery store. Is that where that's going? You said lot 10?
Lot 10 would be grocery, and then lot 2, which is between that and the Downs Road, would be the first site plan that you would see.
Oh, okay. So there's two. Okay.
Yep.
All right. All right. That's it, Madam Chair.
Wow, thank you. Jen?
Okay, I have, a couple of questions. Let's see. In your material, you refer to this as that the intent here was to encourage a pedestrian scale urban experience. And we've heard you say that, previously for other conversations around the town center area. And yet the bypass road, which I understand the intent of, just feels inherently not that. In addition to the large lots that are being created in the front, or I guess maybe it's just lot 2. But so first off, my question is, one of the really obvious ways to do that is to just have like a really strong street grid network, and you have the opportunity to do that here and you're not doing it. And so I'm curious why that is. You're showing a small right of way, I think, if I'm not sure if it's a right of way or an easement proposed coming onto lot 2 opposite I think you're calling it the unnamed road, to plan north of here. And that just seems like a really obvious grid link to me that could be provided sort of parallel to Market Street to kind of help alleviate, what's otherwise going to be pretty tight intersection at Market and Scarborough Downs, while yet giving folks an opportunity to not have to drive all the way around the back of lot 10. And then similarly, it looks like there's maybe another opportunity to for a similar connection or grid layout slightly to the east of that location.
Yeah, so this is a better graphic.
Yeah.
And you mentioned the bypass road, which is designed to be an alternative, right, for truck traffic and to be for those to bypass the town center. These 4 streets or drives are creating that internal street grid. They're going to be privately owned and maintained, but have public access. So they're not going to be town streets. They're not going to be maintained by the town, but they're going to serve as internal streets to provide access to all the destinations within this larger block. So you mentioned this one. This is going to be a through private street that connects the bypass over to Downs Road. This is going to be a through street that connects Market Street up over to destinations at the north end of this block and then over to Downs Road. So there's significant streets that we're going to provide that distribution of traffic. Those are going to be designed with sidewalks, with buildings along them. So it's going to have an urban context. There's not enough land area to make them public streets. There's not an interest, I think, by the town to maintain them as public streets within this compact of a space. So I think it'll be clear when the site plan comes forward to see how it all connects, but they are laid out, I think, along the lines of what you're thinking to provide a variety of interconnections and alternatives to the public streets that you see.
Do you know offhand the approximate width of those? Or I
think
guess it's
they're
not a right of way.
22 to 24 foot, they're per the master plan. The master plan actually spells out, Downs Road cross section, and then like, these are called tertiary streets.
Okay, so not, but
And the master plan kind of calls out
generally.
the width of them and then, pedestrian facilities.
Okay.
So it's just not evident, obviously, on this to see the actual cross section for you, and we can
Okay.
get that.
In one case, it looked like one of them was an easement, like a utility easement only, so,
Yeah,
it might be
that's
helpful
the
to.
one that meanders through. That's a utility easement for the culvert. So
Okay.
one of them is an easement, and we can get you a better graphic to understand it.
Okay, I think that would be really helpful in terms of understanding what that grid will look like. Be it public or private, like you and I care about that, we care about that here, but
Right.
at the end of the day, hopefully hopefully no one notices that really,
Right.
When they're out there. And that the facilities are consistent. There are huge numbers of, anticipated trips, which we should all know are coming with any sort of grocery store use, but that are unpermitted, and you'd highlighted that in your material. And so I was just curious what the schedule is for, presumably that's under another TMP or an expanded version of your current TMP.
Yeah, we're working on the data, the counts, all the different analysis for a TMP amendment. So we recognize that aspects of this overall town center will rely on a TMP amendment. So we're working on kind of timing so that lines up with future site plans.
Okay. And then I noticed, and actually I think Drew touched on it before, BNL had a comment about already asking, before I go there, I'm going to ask why are you not taking credit for shared trips, and why are you not talking loudly about that?
I'm hoping every time I mention this, that is me talking loudly about it. We have to take a conservative nature. And I think the raw volumes, let me back up. We started the town center project, and we actually took, I believe, a 15% reduction on total raw volume trips to start. And it was requested through the town and the peer reviewers to do a sensitivity analysis that would be essentially the raw volumes
Credited or
uncredited,
something.
thank you. Uncredited. So showing both really ended up with, well, show us what the numbers say. We are, in terms of the state level TMP, we are taking credits for that. This local traffic effort, in terms of the local effort, is not taking credit in terms of trying to be conservative. But the caveat is everything we're doing, if it's close to like needing another lane, we're saying, do we really need another lane? We'll provide the opportunity to add another lane, is just an example. We don't necessarily want to build that day one. So we're trying to do it both ways, I guess I'll say, but it is challenging, but we understand that we have to show what the numbers show in terms of the results, so.
That is a tricky place to be in, I understand. But I think like it was not lost on me that at this level, like not even at site plan level, at subdivision level, we're already having a comment about asking you to look at widening two intersections. And I'm not saying, maybe they do need widening. I'm not speaking that specifically, but that seems like a great opportunity for your team to come forward and say, we're sticking with this design, and the reason that we are doing it this way is because we're taking credit for shared trips, and we're really building out the rest of the infrastructure here to support that, and just like really doubling down on it. So, once we get in our cars to make one trip, it's super easy to just keep making those trips in your car. And I think we all probably knew there was a grocery store use coming here from the very beginning, but to see it placed in this town center zone, I feel like is just, it doesn't fit what I think, like my own definition of what a town center is, and also what I feel like we've been hearing from you guys talk about for a long time about what the character and feel of that zone should be. It's not a 500 space parking lot. It's what you're talking about, but you're kind of talking about it only at one intersection, and then there's this like very large other area. So I think things like having those connector roads, making sure that they're accessible is great to that end. But go ahead, wrap the sidewalk around the back of the back of the lot. I think we should probably be looking at adding a sidewalk on the north side of the bypass road west of Scarborough Downs Road, so that there could be access to lot 12 without having to cross that road. And we've talked about it before. I think each of these intersections with the bypass road, I would love to know what the feasibility there would be for very small roundabouts, which are inherently more pedestrian friendly and safer. They can be designed to accommodate trucks, even big ones. And down the road, they're far less costly for the town or anyone to maintain than future signals. And they just by design prohibit people from speeding. So I mentioned that now. I'm sorry, this is not brief, but I feel like it's really important at this stage in the game, because now is the time when we're talking about how these different roadways are laid out. And if we don't talk about it now, then the next time we get to site plan, the answer is, well, we don't have room. We can't fit it into the property lines, or, it wasn't laid out this way, or what have you. And so, I think similarly, there were comments about the queues and delays on Market Street, comments about projected queues and delays at the bypass road at Market Street, and just really high projected turning movements in and out of that site. Where, I don't know, I'd love to know what the projection looks like there for, like, will that need to be signalized at some point? My guess is probably yes, but I don't know. And so if that's on the table, I think it's at least worth a look at that as a design alternative. And you have a great example just to the north of here, all but larger, about how that can function really well. So with that, I think, the only other comment I have is about, you had mentioned the sort of expansion or reconstruction of the Scarborough Downs Road approaching this area, and that there would be a multi-use path. I'm curious if there's, like, what that cross section looks like as you approach the Market Scarborough Downs intersection. Where does that multi-use path transition into something else? And how are you accommodating bike? Like, I think having a similar facility adjacent to the bypass road would also be a great idea, because if you're providing that facility because you think that there are folks who may not want to drive through the intersection of Market and Scarborough Downs, it should be feasible to think that people may also want to ride around it. Or it would make a great loop, just in terms of accommodating or continuing to build out the network of bike facilities that you've been talking about elsewhere on the project. I think that would be a great amenity. That's all that I have.
Thank you. Roger?
Actually, I don't have anything to say. I think Jen covered everything.
Okay, moving on pretty fast. James?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question for Autumn, and I guess more Angela, I wish you were here, but the reclaimed material for the road, I know I brought this into question a lot last time. Is Angela okay with using reclaimed material for this road section? Or is the town acceptable to this?
Through our conversations with the applicant, Angela and the Public Works Director have come to an agreed upon
Okay,
acceptance.
then I will drop that argument point. The overhead electrical, I have a small issue with, even though it looks like you are cutting across the back end of lot 12, it's gonna be right up against the wetlands that we have here. If you already have overhead that goes to the pump station, I'd like to see that just transition underground and use the traveling along the bypass road rather than just have it overhead.
We can look at it. I know there's a cost implication to that certainly, but we'll review your request.
Yeah, no, and I understand, but from the impact of, we're trying to make this whole area look nice, and I know the intent is to have everything underground as much as possible, even to have that set in the background against the wetland, against the background, it's not really, wouldn't be my design intent for this area, so I'd like you to look into putting it underground at the pump station, and then going down Bypass Road. And lastly, on the bypass road, and Jen eloquently touched upon this, but there will be granite curb sidewalk along all these tertiary access roads. Is that correct?
Yes, there's going to be interconnections throughout. And again, I think it helps when you see a site plan. And we
Yeah.
recognize there's a disconnect there, but again, the
For sure.
process we have to follow. There will be plenty of sidewalk connections throughout both sites from the bypass road to Downs Road as well as Market Street. That
Okay.
site is going to feel like a walkable. That's going to be the
Okay.
purpose of it. So.
Great. Again, and I'll comment further on that once we get to the next point of this, but as far as pedestrian accessibility and making sure that there are potentially waypoints with wayfinding markers in these locations, I know that, from the natural resources and preservation standpoint, you guys are very proud of the work that you're doing down at the stream, the Willowdale River and all that. I think this is your moment to really etch yourself in permanently with this, the history of this area, and start adding in sort of like public little areas showcasing a sign, like they have on trails, and I'm wrapping this up, I know. But like some kind of diagram that you can build out of concrete or granite, and it's just stuck there and it says, this is what we did. It makes it another fascinating point of the Downs. You could put your names on it. We have park benches already scattered around the trails and so on, like have this sort of be that interconnection. I was thinking about that the other day, and tying in with the whole, trying to keep this multimodal with pedestrians and bikes and vehicles. For the people that do walk around here, let's make it interesting for them. And if you have that clear within line of sight, almost nearly within line of sight from where lot 10 is to the river, use that opportunity and talk about it.
Yeah, and we do have a trail that goes around that gravel wetland in that area you're talking about, as well as some placemaking elements in there, and signage and information is a great point that we've done on other parts of the project. We can review if that's appropriate there. So that's a great point. So
Let's just keep adding those things in. It makes it more interesting, gives it character, and it keeps it different from just any other development. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Unfortunately for the folks from White Oak subdivision, we are not going to get to you tonight. We are 3 minutes away from 10 o'clock. There are two of us who have something to say. So I suspect we will go after 10. If you want to wait the other 4 minutes to see if we can speak quickly, I'm trying to speak quickly now, but I just took up a minute of your time. On the other hand, what that means is that you are first on the agenda, except for any public hearings we may have at the next planning board meeting. So I apologize, but this occasionally happens. Let me ask the board. We do not take up anything after 10 o'clock. That's been our policy. However, is there any desire or willingness to stay and to take up the sketch plan?
I won't turn into a pumpkin yet.
I don't mind.
Sure.
Okay. Have a seat. We will get to you. No. Ben?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief anyway, even though we won't hit the 10 o'clock mark. Can you bring up the last graphic that was being shown during Mr. Jordan's presentation with all the conserved areas, all the greens? That one. Thank you. So firstly, I know you're talking about it's going to be a conserved area at the top, above the Scarborough Downs Road, above on this plan anyway. How is that being conserved? Has that been determined yet? Is it being given to the land trust? Is it a conservation easement to who? Is there any discussion on that?
Yeah, so the vernal pool area, which is above, if you're talking about east of Downs Road, is restricted. There's a deed restriction that applies to that 10 acres, and it's enforced by Maine DEP. So it's something that we, given the significance of the vernal pool, agreed to with DEP and the Army Corps of Engineers.
But you guys still hold that deed, right? Or sorry, you still, I'm naming it, the terminology wrong, but I was under the impression that if it's like a conservation easement, you're not really supposed to hold your own conservation easements.
It's per our state permit.
Okay.
We're complying with the state permit, and it's a deed restriction, and it's enforceable by Maine DEP. We own the fee of the land. The land wasn't transferred to DEP, but there's nothing we can do with it. Like we can share the restriction, but it's basically a buffer. There's some ability to establish trails with DEP review for public access. That's basically it.
Yeah.
And it's enforced by DEP. They're the keeper of the restriction, if you want to call it that.
And upon selling the land, if you ever did, same.
It runs with the land.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Okay, and then second, for this graphic, the reason I brought it up too, there's a light green area on here, and we've not heard a lot about that. Is there anything you can tell me about what's going on in there? There's no vernal pools, I assume. She said you did the whole site survey.
There's not, no. I mean, wasn't a part of our original application. This is in response to what we've heard. And you heard Mr. Jordan's comments where we don't need to do it by ordinance, but we're attempting to connect the Willowdale corridor to the vernal pool we just talked about. And this is our general geography of
Sketch
what
plan.
we intend. Yeah.
Kind of for that green area. But
Exactly.
you don't have
Yep.
you haven't mapped it out yet.
Yep.
Okay. I guess that ends up my questions for tonight. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Let me add to that. Is that other land that's not part of the vernal pool, is that deed restricted? In other words, you say you're holding it, but how is that enforced in the future?
Our intention would be it's open space that's owned and controlled by the project, like the rest of the open space in the project. So throughout the Downs, the 100 acres that's open space today, plus or minus, there's maintenance. So there's trails that our master association maintains. There's wayfinding, as mentioned by Mr. Hebert. So our intention, other than the restricted areas per DEP, are they're association owned and maintained, like the other areas.
Okay, so association owned and maintained.
Yes.
Okay, you talked about trails. Are there going to be trails through that area?
That's something that we'd like the ability down the road to add trails. It's going to require additional permitting with DEP because that area is largely wetland. There's likely some uplands, and we picture down the road a boardwalk trail system like similar to the Saco Heath, where you get out to the natural resources, you get to view them, but you're low impact on them. And that's our thinking, but we're a ways off from pursuing that thinking at this time.
Okay, thank you. Just a few things. When you come back on the critter crossings, can you show a cross section, how that's going to work against Downs Road? So,
Yeah.
yeah. I understand the concept of the drift fence, and I think that's a good and clean way to go. There's an exit from one of the connector streets that debouches onto Market. It needs to be aligned with the driveway on the other side, so please make sure that is. I have a question. Jen raised it, but I want to ask it specifically. Are you going to do you contemplate putting any signals at the Downs and Quidditch bypass at the end of that, at the intersection?
The numbers that we provided in the report are the complete full build out of the Downs projected. Obviously, there's a lot of assumptions made in that. The numbers that we've shown show that we have the capacity without a signal. So it's not really the intent. Obviously, if it gets turned over to the town, it's be public roadway, it'd be their decision in the future, but it's not designed for it. And our numbers are showing we don't need signalization unless something were to dramatically increase the numbers we're projecting. We've talked a lot about how we think they're over conservative right now. So again, they're not showing right now that you'd need a signal.
I'm not a traffic engineer, but given the popularity of Market Basket, my suspicions are you're going to have a lot of people from outside of the Downs going to Market Basket and shopping there. So you're going to have a fair amount of traffic. I think it would behoove you to put in, as you're building the street, so you're building that connection, to put in the potential connection, whether it's, an underground. In other words, get ready, because I think that signal is going to be needed there eventually. And while you're doing all of your digging and construction, do some prep work for that. I think you need to do that. I think this addresses the issue of site and siting, which I know is coming, but it's not part of this discussion. But I'm the chair, so I'm going to make it part of this discussion. Why not? And that is, we have a consistent kind of tug of war on the concept of a relation to the street, of buildings, relationship of the streets. You're setting up lots where the front of the building is, or the back of the building is very visible from another lot. In other words, it's going to be very difficult. For instance, when Market Basket goes in, where is Market Basket going to face? Where is the front of Market Basket? It's going to face, okay, it's going to face Market Street. So the trucks are going to unload along Quidditch Road bypass?
Yes.
Okay. So the front of the building does not face the street. And again, we've had these concerns about relationships with the street. The front of the building does not, but the back of the building faces the street, and it's full of trucks loading and unloading. So there needs to be a lot of consideration, because that's going to become almost a major road with people using it as a bypass. It's got to be visually appealing. And a bunch of trucks in the back of Market Basket isn't actually visually appealing. So consider how you're going to create a vista as people go around that bypass, where there are trucks or parking. You got landscaping, I think it's gonna be major. Possibly a berm. I'm not sure you want to put a lot of high fences along there, but that becomes an option. In other words, what is that road going to look like? And I've seen roads in areas like you're proposing where it's awful to travel through them and to travel around them. It's not that they're congested, it's just that everything, the front of the building is lovely and everything is hidden in the back. So you're setting up a development where people are going to be seeing the back of the buildings. If you're not done, if you aren't careful on how you're going to site it. And how are you going to maintain a visually attractive area? How are you going to create the relationship with the street for the front of the buildings? Some of them, the front of the buildings are going to be on the connector street, and people going along Downs Road are going to be looking at the back of the building as they look through. So it becomes a puzzle that you need to think about now, how it's going to happen, how you're going to use those connectors, how you're going to site the buildings, how you're going to create something that's visually appealing in an area that's going to be highly commercial. It ain't easy, but now, as Jen said, we can't, there are some things you can't wait for another hearing to say, wait a minute, you've got to think about this now. I'm saying if we're going to be seeing one or two site plans in January, as we see this again, you need to think about that before you bring us something that we look at and say, yeah, but doesn't work. You haven't cited the building correctly. And you know I'm going to say that if you haven't cited the building correctly. So just think about that now. Take a lot of time. How you're going to work it. There's tremendous opportunity here to create a walkable, visually appealing commercial district. And there aren't a lot of those around. There are commercial districts, not a lot of them are walkable, and a lot of them, you never want to see the back of them, of any of the buildings. So I hope that you take that into consideration. I think I have, that's about it. Do you have any questions for us?
No, we appreciate it.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
I'm providing some deference to Joe here because he, to make sure he gets heard. And I understand the comments, and we've spent a lot of time, and we'll spend some more time on orientation and give you a bigger picture, because it's hard for you to react to this,
Yeah.
but we're also
Yep.
required to do this first. So
Yes, but I wanted to, be really clear to you where we might, or at least I might react as you present some of these commercial buildings to us.
sure.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it. It's 10 past 10, but we are moving on. The next item. Next item on the agenda, 4.07, Teradyne Consultants LLC, on behalf of Star Homes, Inc., has requested a sketch plan review for a proposed 10-lot residential subdivision, White Oak subdivision at 79 Scarborough Hill Road, assesses map R49, lot 12. Before the town starts, let me say that I live right off of Scarborough Hill Road. I am not in a butter, but I think you should know that I'm down off of Plantation Drive. And a lot of your residents, it's going to end up passing my house. But let's hear from the town.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as you mentioned, this is the location. The property
We'll take access from Scotto Hill and Payne Road. Flaherty Farms is down this direction, just to orient you a bit. Their proposal is a 10-lot subdivision. When they first came in with the pre-app, they did propose a cul-de-sac, a dead-end cul-de-sac. And we're looking at water wells. We were able to work with them and encourage them, and I'm pleased that they came back with this through street and are proposing a water extension. There's quite a bit of grade on the site, but they have shown us preliminary placement for septic systems. And with that, I will let them answer any questions that you might have.
Great. Can I?
Well, I will let them present.
Thank you very much. Could I share my screen? I'm
Let me promote you.
sure.
He's doing that. I'd like to thank you. I understand it's been a long week for you. I express my appreciation. Thank you.
Yes, I want to second Joe's sentiment there. Did not want to have.
Well, you folks have waited patiently.
Thank you so much.
And
Mine,
you've sat through the whole thing.
yes, thank you very much again. And I'll breeze through this as quickly as I can and get to your feedback. My name is Mike Tadema-Wieland. I'm a civil engineer with Teradyne Consultants. With me here is Joe Frastacci. Joe is Star Homes, who is on paper the applicant. Joe owns this property that we're here proposing this subdivision on. So I'll skip my first couple slides because, or at least my first slide, because Autumn described where this site is. Here's an aerial photo that just gives you some context. And so this site it's forested, as you can see in this photo. There is an area in the southeast where you can see a little disturbance. There was some gravel excavation in the past. The upland areas of this site do have sand and gravel in them. As Autumn mentioned, it does slope. It slopes from east to west, and the area on the western part of the site is mostly wetland. So there's about a 9.5 acre wetland down in the western part of the site. Here's a colorized site plan, or sketch plan. This is essentially the plan you have with a little color and an aerial photo in the background. But this is a conservation subdivision. I should mention, given one of the previous items on the agenda tonight, the ordinance already has a requirement for a 25-foot setback to this large wetland. So the lots were cited really with the wetland in mind in this 25-foot setback. There are 10 proposed lots. As Autumn mentioned, there's a through road, so-called White Oak Drive. It's about 1,300 feet long, and it connects Scotto Hill Road over to Payne Road. The lots range in size from about 21,000 square feet to nearly 60,000 square feet. Public water will come in off Payne Road. That was one of the big reasons that the applicant decided to create this through road rather than the dead end off Scotto Hill Road. And that's, again, the opportunity to bring in public water off Payne Road. So these lots are proposed to be served by public water and individual subsurface wastewater disposal systems. We've Longview Partners, who are soil scientists and environmental scientists, are the ones who delineated wetlands. They did a vernal pool study, found no vernal pools on the site, and did test pits in the upland areas on all these lots to show that there is suitable soils for subsurface wastewater disposal. Let me see. The project, it is going to require a DEP stormwater permit. Obviously, we haven't done much much design past the sketch plan before you, but one of our next steps after hearing feedback from you folks tonight will be to further design the road as well as the stormwater management infrastructure. We will be submitting that to DEP hopefully in the next month or so. And we expect to be back here probably in the spring, actually, or I guess late winter, March, April. I guess that is, I don't know, is that spring in Maine? I'm not sure. So tonight, again, thanks for sticking around. We'd love to hear your feedback before we get too much further down the road with the design. And we're happy to answer any questions, of course, that you have tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. This is an item that's available for public comment. Before we immediately start, we did receive an email from Tracy Greer. She lives on Regal Pine Drive in Scarborough. And she thinks it's that this is something that's exciting, and she essentially approves that. She does have a concern about the blind spot on Payne Road, and the speed on Payne Road. Yeah, I can understand that. She has a concern also with protecting the wetlands. So this will be read into, or this will be, her letter will be part of the record. Now, it is subject to public hearing. Is there anyone in the room that would like to speak? Approach the podium, give your name and address, and then you have 3 minutes.
Great, thank you. My name is Bill Stone. I live on 7 Regal Pines Drive. We've been there for about 27 years and have grown very fond of the woodlands that are surrounding us. The White Oak subdivision proposal sketch plans indicate 10 lots and an access road from Scarborough Hill Road connecting to Payne Road below our neighborhood entrance. Sketch plan also indicates that the access road runs adjacent to our property line, specifically our backyard, and flows directly behind not only our backyard, but also 2 or 3 of our neighbors' yards. Obviously, one of the selling points for us when we bought our house 27 years ago was the surrounding woods. The construction of a 10-lot subdivision with an access road that would be severe and greatly thin the protecting woods from the trees on our own property. Not to mention forever altering the natural landscape of Scarborough Hill. We fully understand the development and making money and acknowledge that Regal Pines was once part of that woodland on Scarborough Hill where we now live. Nevertheless, my wife and I are not in favor of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would care to comment? Someone online? Go ahead.
I have a person online. I don't have a name though. You can state your name and speak.
Well, is she mute? Is whoever it is muted?
Oh, can you hear me now? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yes. Hi, my name is Patty Davis. I live at Regal Pines, actually a neighbor to Bill Stone as well. Again, we love the natural area that we had purchased a home in. One of my main concerns is I know the site clearance from the lot is proposed that they have 350 feet north, that they have visibility. My concern is us looking south. There's a crest in that hill that I don't believe that we have at least 350 feet of site clearance that we'll be able to see somebody pulling out of this proposed road. The rule is for most of us living on the street, you count to 10 because you have to look to the very bottom of the hill to see who's coming up. And then, you have, once they pass, you're okay to turn either south or north on Payne Road at that point. So I'm just concerned with that, as well as the proximity, as Bill had mentioned. We have a lot of very tall pines that this builder has also built on the other side of Payne Road, and they clear cut basically up to the property line. And so we're very concerned about the height of these regal pines that we have on our street, which it's been named after, and the damage that that can do with the wind that comes up the hill from the marshes when we do get those windstorms. So I guess that's my biggest concern. And there's also some natural, I'm not sure when they did the testing. I know I saw them come in this winter, but we do have some natural runoff in the spring that comes down across our property and onto what's proposed as lot 6. There's natural stream that kind of surfaces in the early spring and into the summertime as well. So those are my biggest concerns about that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. You're saying there's an intermittent stream, a seasonal stream?
Yes, there is. There's wet behind us. There's a new development that's gone in on the other side of our property, Leeward Way, and it's basically an incline. So the water was running off on the property from behind us. They subdivided a piece out. That is actually a seasonal. There's walking trails behind us that actually you can see. If you came and walked it, you would actually see the natural runoff on that pathway. That basically it's all around our entire neighborhood, but in that section, we do get a lot of runoff and water pooling at that point.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Is there any other member of the public who would care to comment or have a question? Anybody else online?
No.
The public hearing is closed. I'm just going to go first on just one question and then turn it over to the board. And my question is this street, White Oak Drive, is that intended to be a public street? Are you
It
going to give
is.
that to the town?
Yes, it is.
So you're going to be, have all of the requirements that the town, in
Yes,
terms of
it's-
lighting and street trees and,
It's intended to be built to the town standard and offered to the town for public acceptance.
all right, thank you. Now to the board. Roger.
Yes, I just wanted to mention to the, Mrs. Davis that, our peer reviewer on traffic has indicated that he will verify the site distances on both Payne Road and Scarborough Hill Road intersections. Once you folks create a center stake where the road is.
Correct. Yep.
And I also noted that on that lot 6, there appears to be some sections of wetlands right south of both Mr. Stone's and Mrs. Davis's property. So that's probably what she's referring to. I don't really, I know there's quite a slope on Payne Road, and I'm not, well, Scarborough Hill Road, I'm not sure right there. Is there a slope? I know it goes downhill, but I'm not sure how much of it is. But I don't have anything else at this point.
Ben, you look as though you've,
I don't have a lot to say either at this point. We'll see it again. It looks like it's, not a terrible start to a project. I would advise you take your neighbors' comments into consideration if you can, and, find ways to, if you can mitigate their concerns, that goes a long way for goodwill, even if it's not an ordinance requirement in this case. And town staff is quite good at what they do and work with them. And I know what we'll be discussing in much greater detail later time. Yeah, that's all I have for now.
thank you. Anyone else? James?
Madam Chair, thank you. I'm actually concerned about this road connecting from Scotto Hill to Payne Road. From the standpoint of, I feel like, again, traffic in this particular area being very sensitive, I feel like people are going to use White Oak as a pass-through to get from Scotto to Payne or Payne to Scotto if they want to avoid maybe the Beach Ridge Road intersection and Payne Road. I think making any kind of right-hand or left-hand turn from Oak Hill, White Oak, I apologize, onto Payne Road. I think the incline on Payne Road coming down that hill from Regal Pines down is a lot steeper than what Google Maps is offering in its street view. I was just in front of the transportation workshop or town council meeting transportation open workshop last week. It was noting the high speed that folks take coming from Cabela's towards traveling south towards Flaherty Farm on Payne Road. And folks that are crossing the road, there are a lot of, peaks and valleys. And as you crest the peak there is Regal Pines Drive right there. And then below that, it would be where this White Oak entrance is going to be. And my concern is with the traffic safety of people flying over that hill. I know it's posted at 35, maybe 40, but people go 50. And if they're going downhill, that's even faster. Especially at night, there aren't a lot of street lights on that street. So sight visibility could be an issue. Me personally, I think I would like to see this just be a single entry off of Scotto Hill with either a turnaround or just a two-way turnaround that's in there. And my other concerns are with it's been a theme tonight talking about wetland impact and trying to preserve the environment and the trees that we have around us. I'd like to see what this would look like without lots 7 and 6 being developed in here. Lot 7, similarly with lot 6, if I'm reading the topo lines correctly, it's pretty steep there, coming from Regal Pines going down. And again, I'm afraid of the water runoff that's going to come from Regal Pines going down into there. That combined with the traffic implications of vehicles leaving White Oak on Payne Road give me grave concern about having this access here. Overall, in the development, I mean, they're building to their maximum extent possible where they can in this area. But I think we could afford to lose lot 6 and 7 and make this just a one-way in from Scotto Hill rather than connect onto Payne Road. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Anybody on this side?
Yes, I'll go. Do you know if is there public water in Scotto Hill Road?
There is not.
There's not. Okay, so that'll be a dead end.
There is, but it doesn't go all the way up.
Not here.
I'm
Okay.
sorry, yeah.
It's
not
just, actually, it goes just to my house.
Rachel,
It ends at the corner of my property. My house is on public water and sewer.
She doesn't pay for it either.
Yeah, so unfortunately, if it's a dead end from Scotto Hill, there's no public water.
right. Gotcha. Yeah. If the road,
If
Like
the
from
proposed
Scotto Hill.
road comes off Scotto Hill and
Yeah.
dead ends.
do you, yeah, okay, interesting. Is there anything like, have you spoken with the water district yet? Yeah, so
About a cross-country.
just, is there anything, I know that they have, sort of a long midterm plan and like a long-term plan. And even if this wasn't on that long-term plan, I'm thinking like way long-term. But is there anything different that you would plan to do to prime that line for future connection at some point?
For a connection to
Water-
Scotto Hill
Water
Road.
specifically, I'm talking about, yeah.
Probably not, it would end at it would have to end at either a hydrant or a blow off. And so I mean, certainly we wouldn't do anything that would preclude it from being
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
connected.
sure,
So
sure.
I guess to answer your question, yes, I think we would set it up so in the future it would be connected and looped.
Um, I actually I actually appreciate the design change here to make this a through connection road. Um, because, actually Rick earlier was talking about our comp plan, and I know that sort of broad brushed connectivity is something that is a pretty strong theme through there. And, once upon a time, the individual cul-de-sacs were very in. And I just, I commend you for making that change. And I think that through this process, we can work to make that as good as possible. And I hope that becomes an amenity to the properties that you're potentially serving. In response to some of the questions about tree clearing and just sort of a general question that I have, I noticed that it looks as though you're proposing a sidewalk along this road on the eastern side.
Correct.
But that potentially there could also be room based on the level of sketching that you have for that to be on the other side of the road. My guess is, if I put myself in your shoes, you're probably trying to serve the denser grouping of housing closer to Scotto Hill Road, but I wonder if in response to some of the abutters' concerns for tree clearing, it's not much, I understand that, but potentially having that on the other side could leave a small amount of buffer in growth there. Additionally, I do also think that this has the potential to be a through connection, and I think that's really great, and I think it's that's going to be problematic all at the same time. But I think the design of the road itself becomes really important when we are potentially making new connections like this. And so, it's interesting actually the way that this lines up with the Regal Pines parcels, but I wonder if there's any other sort of undulation that you could offer in that roadway to maybe check a couple boxes at the same time, maybe provide a little bit more buffer to some of the properties that are there, and also to remove or to offer a not super straight section of roadway where people could pick up speed. And I think if it's designed, people will use this to get from A to B, even if they don't live on this road. But I think that through the design, there's some ways that could be made better for everyone, safer for drivers, and also for the folks that eventually would live here. So,
Sure.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Rick, you got anything?
No, not really. I like Jen's suggestion. I think that's something to look at. I think we could probably alter some of the lot sizes or shape of those and allow for a bigger buffer with the abutters and reduce that straight line between the two curves. I think is a good suggestion. So explore that opportunity. Underground power, I assume,
Yes.
coming from,
We don't know yet.
okay. We'll learn that.
Whatever
next time
CMP
we
says.
See you, because we'll need a transformer pad and that kind of stuff, so.
Yeah,
be
those are
looking for
usually
that.
on the lots.
Yeah.
In the front of the
Okay.
lots.
That's all I have, Madam Chair. It's late.
All right, thank you. I've got a couple of things. Where would the school bus go? Do you have how the school bus is going to go down the road?
I don't know. You mean which direction would it come from?
Yeah.
We can.
You're going to
reached
need
out
to,
yet, but
well,
that's
you're
a-
going to
that's
need
a
to
good
find
question.
out, and then it might be that they ask the kids to walk to Scotto Hill or down to Payne. So then there would have to be some sort of a shelter
Okay.
for the kids. So you're gonna need to you're gonna need to find out about that because it does go all the way through. It might be that the bus goes down that way, and it might be that they say, I'm sorry, walk to the end, one end or the other.
Yeah.
So take a look at that. We usually require, we take a look at gathering spaces for people in a subdivision. So I like the idea, of course, of setting up the sidewalks, which would be our complete streets, which is, you would have the sidewalks and the lights because, well, it's going to be a town road. Let me suggest if you can find a place, someplace along that road near some of the buildings where it'd be possible to set up, I think the term that I saw used in the prior applicant was parklet. A little place where people could, the whole neighborhood could gather, maybe a couple of benches. Place if you've got families that are walking their kids, they can stop and talk. A nice gathering place. Doesn't have to be extensive, but it creates a neighborhood. And that's really kind of what you're looking for there. And in spite of the fact that it's all the way through, it will become a neighborhood. Let me talk a little bit about the hydrology of Scarborough Hill itself. Because I live down near the bottom on the other side, the water runs down the hill and it runs underneath and it runs through the ground and then it surfaces at some points. And luckily it now surfaces in an extensive series of drains around our house and no longer surfaces in our basement. So there's a lot of water that comes down that is pressed by the ledge that runs along the ledges. There are a lot of ledges on Scarborough Hill. And as houses have gone in recently, we've been entertained by the amount of blasting that has to take place for people to put in wells and just the basement. So it's going to be tricky to handle the water and the storm water. You're down near the bottom and water tends to trickle downhill. So how you handle that hydrology and how you become good neighbors with the folks at Regal Pines in terms of the buffering and in terms of concern about the direction of any water that's coming from this development down to Regal Pines, you need to be good neighbors and you need to start off that way. I would also suggest that you consider what one of the public comments were about the pines. If too much too much comes down around very tall pines, pretty soon the tall pines themselves come down. I have a yard with a lot of tall pines. I've had conversations with arborists, and we monitor every year to make sure that there's enough surrounding them to protect the stands of the pines. So make sure that you are not encroaching or damaging or weakening the pines that there are on Regal Pines subdivision by taking down too much. It's going to be delicate. This is not an easy site. So the more work you do, the slower you take it at the beginning, the more you take a look at what has to be done, the faster you can go when it's time to put up the houses, and the fewer problems that you're going to have. I urge you to be in as much contact as possible with the folks from Regal Pines and other abutters because of the delicacy of the land there and the siting. I'm concerned about the speed of traffic, folks coming down off of Scarborough Hill. slowly go up it, and then they start to come down, and they just zip right by to get to Higas Parkway. So that also is a problem. So I pay very careful attention to anything the traffic engineers say in terms of the distance, the site distance, and consider how you would handle that. How much you might have to take down in terms of vegetation. It's not, again, there's a lot of small problems that taken together can create a mess. And now is the time, as you start off, now is the time to make sure that you've thought of all of those things. I'm interested in seeing what you come back with.
Okay.
Do you have any questions of us?
Don't, Joe, do you?
I've had some experience with this area. I did Tucker Brook subdivision across the street, and we were cognizant of a lot of the problems there on Payne Road. We haven't experienced any complaints from the 12 residents that we built there, but we will take a hard look at what we're going to present when we come back. It is a speedway in some cases, but I think that we have better sight distances on this subdivision than we did on Tucker Brook. As far as the concerns of the neighbors, I would like to work with them. Normally, when I do a subdivision, we do have a wooded buffer that's deeded, restricted, no cut buffers, but we will work with the people. I'll talk with Mr. Stone here before I leave. And again, thank you for your comments tonight, and thank you for extending your stay. I know it's been a long night. We certainly appreciate it.
Thank you, and we will see you again.
Thank you.
The next item is the staff report, but before we get to that, I wanted to make a couple of comments. Something I've asked Autumn to take a look at, and that was concerning, first of all, the Aroma Joe's, the length of time that as an application hung out there with us not necessarily knowing if they were ever going to come back. In other words, what stages things were. So it was 5 years from start to finish. And there are a couple of other projects that we've approved that we still don't know what's going on with them. You know, are they going to do something? Are they going to come back? Or are they just kind of hanging out there as ghost projects? So I've asked Autumn to set up something that's a reporting requirement that once something is approved,
Madam Chair, can we just
folks,
ask the folks to?
excuse me, folks, we are still holding a meeting, and we're still on Zoom. But I appreciate the fact that you're talking to each other. So I've asked Autumn to set up sort of a check-in project process whereby maybe she sends out an email every 6 months to say, so what are you doing? Or that they are required, if they've had that approval, they're required to report in every so often something that might say, yeah, we've got everything into DEP and we still have not heard. Something so that we know that a project has not disappeared entirely. To me, the 5 years that it took for Aroma Joe's, none of it was the fault of the applicant, you know, COVID, DEP. Things moved just at a pace that was much too slow. And when I saw it coming before us, my first response was, huh? They're back? I wasn't even sure that there was still, there was still any intent. So rather than, that basically to clean up any projects that we have approved that we haven't heard from. Because once they've been approved, evidently they hang around there forever. So the other thing I've asked Autumn to take a look at, and through the appropriate steps of whatever committees, is should there be a time limit on an applicant who has an approved project and they haven't done anything with it? I mean, is it 3 years and then they've got to start from scratch?
She's talking about, it's not an approved project, it's an open application.
Yeah. So is there, is there something, because we have these bits and pieces hanging out there, and you've asked various questions, what happened to the restaurant on Mussey Road, the Asian restaurant? Don't know. Is it, yeah, Autumn doesn't. We don't know. But there's an approval there. So let's clean up some of the ghosts. And it might be as easy as every 6 months, every 4 months, name a time. Something goes out and says, what are you doing? What are your intentions? And then as part of a staff report, Autumn can come back and say, so-and-so responded, so-and-so didn't respond. But until we have a good way for some of these things to expire, which we really don't, all it is for us is information. We know they're still out there, but ordinances have changed. Issues have changed, priorities have changed. We might no longer want them there if they haven't done anything in 5 years. So that's a conversation that Autumn and I had today that was spurred by the Aroma Joes, and I think it will be worthwhile for us to do that sort of cleanup. All right, Autumn, now I've said that, it's your turn. I just gave a staff report.
I don't think I have too much to report. Council will be doing this again on council Wednesday night, if anybody'd like to join me. We have a discussion on the light industrial moratorium. The council should be making their final decision on that. And you all will be joining me at 6 for the contract zone application. Don't forget. But you two won't be, but Jen can make it. My hero.
Yes, by Zoom. I was very happy when Jen said she could.
And sorry about the delay. Our council packets are not put out the same way. Our planning board packets are put out so much time ahead. But if you have any questions about that, just let me know. I have one administrative amendment that's been approved, the dairy corner down on Route 1, doing a changeover to their customer walk-up area. So if you see anything going on down there, that's all I have.
Well, you also have correspondence.
I don't have any.
Okay, planning board comments. No planning board comments?
Look at this, now I gotta.
Do I hear a second?
So moved.
All right, we are adjourned. Thank
Hang
you.
on, I'm 30%. Why did I even?